There's so many, like legit. But it's just the one single spell, so not a combination.
Yes, can cheat multiple targets.
Karma Ultimate. No, it's not that. It's Karma E.
I say Lee Sin W.
Karma E.
I mean, Karma E.
Janna E.
Zona W.
The first one I come to mind is Karma E, but I don't think that's it. Because you have to have mantra for that. Oh, Lux W.
Grants, DK...
Seraphine W.
Seraphine W.
Seraphine W.
There's no way it's Karma E. It's Karma E.
I mean, maybe it's a trick question and it's Milieu, so I'm gonna say Milieu. I think it speeds up.
Can we have a list of the champs?
No.
Lulu. W. What? Reflects damage. Brown me?
Any
Yeah.
E. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, Annie E.
Yes.
And Annie. It has to be Annie.
And there will...
Annie E.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This is not my guess, but immediate thought is like Karma, but that's way too easy. Like that's the first thing you know everyone thinks of when you like write this. I mean, it's either Kesante or it's Annie. And you laughed when I said Annie, so it's Annie.
Any.
Yes.
Okay, then it's Annie's. It's E. Her E, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is conditional globe? That's... So sometimes it's not possible to be global.
Wasn't it this bug with Warwick Q when you like could attach someone and you go teleport into the fountain?
It's nothing with bugs. It's never bugs.
Ah, damn. Okay.
That's kind of flippy. Gangplank Ultimate.
I'll say Lily.
Yingsolt.
Pantheon ult.
Aphelios Calibram.
How long? Maybe it's just TF ult or...
Oh, no. It is HE.
Ezreal ult. Enemies. Aurelion Sol ult.
Vex. Ult. R.
Goes towards Draven all the once, like, I don't know.
Is it TF Ultimate?
Like, the thing is, it's that it's conditional. I would say Draven ult. Like, yeah, I'll just say it. I don't know. Train W. Akali E.
Yeah. You got it.
Does Orn W slow? I don't think it slows though.
Dr. Mundo Q.
Mundo Q.
Mundo Q. Sounds like it needs to be like Sack or Shoga then.
Is it the attack is growing in size?
Yes.
It gotta be Shoga V then, I think. Shoga V.
Yes.
Shogafi.
Yeah.
Shogath E.
Yeah.
Shogafi.
Yeah.
Shogath E.
Chogath E.
Yeah.
Chogath E?
Yeah.
It's true?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Flat and multiplicative. What multiplicative means?
So a percentage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Malphite E.
I have no idea. I'll say Orden W.
This is some broken champion, for sure. Oh, it's Olaf ult.
It's Malphite W.
Brown W.
Yo, this is broken.
I think it could be Kesante E, I'm not sure, but I'll say Kesante E. What the fuck is that? Janna E?
Sign doesn't grant health. I mean, doesn't grant magic resistance and bonus armor, that's for sure. I mean, is it Rel D mount, Rel W?
It's a tank. Brom W.
Every single spell seems so broken when you're saying it like this. That makes no sense. Garen W.
Garen W, I think it could be.
Oh, it's Garen W.
Garen W.
Garen W.
Yeah, you're right. Conditional bonus magic damage scaling on target's max.
Shogath E. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Mundo Q.
Why is that conditional?
Add good point.
I don't know, like I'm just gonna put Gragas W, but like I don't think that's it.
If that's not Joy Q, I'm gonna be tilting.
I can't think, my brain just blank. I'm looking outside, my brain's just blank. I have no idea, go for it.
I mean, this is already a big fucking hint, like, now you should get it usually, but...
Roams, the real...
Kalista W.
Yeah.
Ah, Kalista W, yeah.
Yes.
But, I mean, this was so obvious now that I think about it. This was just Kalista E. No W. W. I mean W. I said the E, but I mean W.
Kalista W?
Yep.
For real?
Yeah.
Easy.
Kalista W.
That's Kalista W, I think. That's like or a ghost, I call it.
Kalista W.
Yes.
Oh my god. It's Kalista W.
Yeah.
First one's too difficult. It
Yeah.
is not possible.
It must be some kind of bruiser.
It could be Rel Q, but Rel Q is what Red's armor is passive, so it's not that. Olaf Q.
I was thinking Wukong Q, but that's only one.
Olaf Q.
Olaf Q.
I'm gonna still say Olaf, man.
I mean, my immediate thought would be like Lee Sin ult, but it feels like that's. I don't think that shreds armor.
Yasuo ultimate.
Lucian Q.
I think I'm just gonna say Aatrox Q, but I don't even know if it shreds or not.
It's Aatrox Q.
No.
Jarvan Q.
Jarvan Q.
Yes.
I think the Jarvan Q does shred armor. And you have his EQ combo, so. The Jarvan Q?
It's Lucian. Lucian ult?
No.
There's no way. Who others dashes?
It's Jarvan Q.
Come on, man.
What do you mean on this?
That's like half the dashes of AP champions.
Shani.
Could be Rakan W.
LeBlanc W.
Malphite ult.
LeBlanc W.
Is the Kali ult the dash? That is AoE damage, I think it is.
It's not a champ in the meta right now, is it?
See?
I'll just say Graga C because I can't think of anything else.
So you dash, you gain an active, is it? It's not Nyla E.
Champion size is the one thing that bugs me out completely.
I would say Zac E, but it's not that, I believe.
Is it Ramazar?
Oh, it's Sion W. No?
Is it Shyvana ult?
It is. It is Shyvana ulti.
I think Fizz is ghosted every single time, but I will still try to say Fizz Q.
Is it Hecarim W?
I know a lot of passive that was this like Fizz passive and Kog'Maw passive, but
Udiri?
Yes, ult.
Kha'Zix ultimate.
Like, what are these champions?
No, Kassadin ult is not it because it wouldn't be the Kassadin ult that ghosts him, right?
Zilliani?
Nah. That's just not true.
That's not true.
Nah, it's just not true. There's no ability like this.
I don't feel any wiser, to be honest.
Why the hell are there no support champions? It's also not a support champion. I know that for sure. Like, it's not a support champion. There are no support champions that stack damages with dashes.
Gwen E. I mean, I'm thinking either Zed ult or Yasuo E. I'll say Yasuo E.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay, can be leveled but cannot be used. Which ability cannot be used level 1?
I mean, I was thinking like a Seer, but I mean, you can't even level it, and it doesn't have stat scale, and it does have stat scaling, so.
Either Yumi or Aphelios. Those are like the two first ones.
I see W.
I'm gonna go with ZQ, it's fine.
I'm not sure how it was with Azir, with the Q and E, but that's two spells, so it maybe can't be that.
Well, that's even more confusing.
Bro speaking in riddles, like, this is how something it like talks when he's trying to explain something, you know, it's like, oh, do you know this guy from far west? Like, no, I don't care, just explain the fucking thing, like, like, you know.
No, this one's not real.
Today is not just a good day, I guess. Today isn't a good day.
I think it's Cillian W, I think it is.
That's correct.
Cillian W.
I know which one. Cillian W.
Yes.
I know which one. Yeah.
Zillion-
Stat scale.
Zillion W.
Yeah. That's correct.
Hello, good afternoon / evening, and welcome to the NLC. It's another Division 2 takeover. I am Brackish Brit. I am joined with Black Blocks for game number 1, which I think had fate shone on us, would have been the last game of the day, because we got first versus second, Clash of the Titans, Venom Crest versus Lungfist Lightside.
It's going to be an absolute banger between these two teams, really scrapping it out at the absolute top of the standings. This is the best that we have to show for in Division 2. Unfortunately, because of just how dominant Venom Crest have been, it's not really playing for positions for them. They're locked first. They're just trying to go for that undefeated split and those bragging rights attached to it, but Lightside have a lot to play for.
Absolutely do. They've got not only Carol and Erna, who they are losing the head-to-head against, one win behind them, and they're playing each other again on Saturday. That's going to be a big game. Stay tuned for that one. But also, only 2 wins below that are Lions Creed and MRG, Munster Rugby Gaming. So if Lightside drop the ball, they could potentially lose not just second, but potentially even third, or maybe even be knocked out of the top 4.
Yeah, these top 4 teams are really scrapping out top 5 teams even. There's an absolute brawl throughout the entire standings at this point. You know, we're talking about the top of the table right now, but the bottom side of the table has got a lot to play for. We've got some games that make a real impact on that coming up in the rest of today as well. So make sure you stay tuned to be able to watch all of those. But yeah, the top side, Lightside, if they don't win out on this one, are all of a sudden in a little bit of an iffy position. You know, they got a little bit of respite because Carol and Erna, Lions Creed have all been beaten down by Venom Crest, but now it's their turn to face the music. And so far, no team's been able to take down Venom Crest, currently sat themselves at 16-0, 18 games in the split, 2 games left to play. This is definitely the hardest challenge that Venom Crest have got left. Lightside, a really good team. The next game is going to be against Espegard, who just lost to Munster yesterday, so you know, that one should be a lot easier for Venom Crest, so they're absolutely looking down the barrel of that 18-0 split.
Last chance for somebody to take that away from Venom Crest, and who knows, it might be a case that LLS don't actually end up in top 2, but if they can take that win, that's bragging rights enough in and of itself. We were the Kingslayers, the ones that made sure Venom Crest couldn't go 18-0. Standings don't matter, as you say, for Venom Crest, but it's going to be a big mark against their pride if they do lose this one.
Exactly. After they've managed to get this far in the split, 16 of the 18 games have come out with dubs for them. It would be huge to all of a sudden, at the very last moment, slip down. We can see these standings right here. Like you said, Carolina, Lions Creed, Munster, all of these teams really fighting, still have potential options to get into the top 2. It requires Lightside falling down to a couple of teams. Lightside do also have quite a lot of games left. They've got 1 versus Carolina after today, and then 2 versus Invulnerables. The Invulnerables games, with the caliber of opponent that Lightside is, should be relatively easy, but K5 game, that one will be pretty back and forth and say a lot for who is going to be our top 2. Lions Creed also on a tear at the moment. They were on a 5-game winning streak. They did just have that one snapped by Venom Crest, but again, losing out to Venom Crest, not the end of the world.
How much does that really say when you are fighting against the undisputed kings of the league in Venom Crest? And I want to dig a little deeper, perhaps, because there's a certain somebody who I can't miss out. I reached out to the teams because I haven't been able to watch that many Venom Crest and Lightside games this split. And I was like, what can you tell me about the teams? What can you tell me about the players? And I feel like I have to read out this is a direct quote from Venom Crest support Touch. I bench more than all of NLC. Verbatim quote given to me by Venom Crest owner Ace earlier today. Let's see if he can do that in this game.
I mean, wouldn't be surprised. We've seen some absolutely baller performances. Maybe it's all about being able to carry the entire team on your back, bench press the entire league. Same old, and a lot of confidence out of both of these teams, to be honest. When we've been speaking to them, everybody feeling good. Venom Crest well within their rights to be feeling as good as they are. Lightside too, they started off the split pretty slow, and they've had a meteoric rise week on week on week, just managing to climb further and further up the standings, leapfrogging onto Carolina just a couple of weeks ago. So only just really made it to the top of the standings, but what a split it's been for them.
Definitely, as you said, it started out a tiny bit rough, but they found their stride relatively quickly. And once they did, they have not really let up the pressure. There's a couple of losses there that maybe they wouldn't have gotten if they'd played those games later in the split, but that is just the nature of how it goes. You can have a strong start and fall down, like we've seen some of the other teams do. It's definitely better in a situation like this for Lightside. Have a slightly weaker start, but ramp up, especially since you can ride that all the way into playoffs, and even more so towards potential promotion.
Yeah, exactly. Promotions are something that we've been chatting about before we got on here, going through all of the point standings. The light side, if they manage to finish top 3, it should be, that will be looking at getting them into that promotions tournament, because we had Thunder win the split last time around, and then, well, they kind of exploded, and we had to say a very sad goodbye to Thunder. Instead, Fourthwall took their spot and moved up, meaning that there was a huge haul of championship points moving to light side, so they only technically need top 3. Currently, if they were able to finish out the playoffs as they are right now, top 2 would absolutely get them there, and then because of the amount of championship points you can get for winning out on the split, if Venom Crest manage to end up in the top spot, then they're going to be moving to that promotion tournament as well. Munster have got a lot less because they ended up finishing last split quite far down, so they'd need to win out on the split to be able to get themselves up into that promotion tournament.
I think statistically, even if MRG win the split, because of their, I think they ended up 7th.
Yeah,
in
just
spring,
outside playoffs.
just missed out on playoffs. If they win the split, it still relies upon Lightside or Venom Crest not finishing in the high points totals because of that weaker thing. And yeah, you get more points for winning summer than spring, but yeah, that 7th place is going to make it really difficult for Munster to claim that spot for potential promotion.
And obviously, promotions is really where it's at, because all of these teams want to win this split, but at the same time, moving up to Div 1, access to way more sponsors, a lot more income, as well as just playing on a higher stage. That's what these players are really pushing for. It's what these orgs absolutely want. And I just love the Venom Crest story. I remember, like, 2 years ago, probably, at this point, watching Venom Crest sort of just about start itself up down in Divisions 4. Now they've had Divisions 2 and 3 teams, and all of a sudden in Division 2, just running the show. And the fact that this team keeps getting themselves promoted, keeps moving up, it's a real grassroots organization, which is something that I love to see coming out of NLC. I'm really excited to see if they can get themselves into that promotion and, you know, make it into Div 1 potentially.
And speaking of grassroots, of course, we're going back to that next year with regional leagues coming back, a bit more individual national pride coming through. You can debate, obviously, whether that's good or bad. I think there's been plenty of it on social media, but it's going to be cool to see other grassroots orgs from the UK or the various Nordic countries making their own way forwards, beginning their own stories, and being able to find their own fan bases in their home countries. And that's enough of us. Or actually, no, not really enough of us, because we're just
leaving now. Walk off. All right, straight on into the draft. A couple of bands coming through nice and quickly.
No shock here.
Yeah.
EMP is a pretty prolific Maokai player, and also, spoilers, Maokai is just really good. Interestingly, though, as I was talking to Basic about the team, he made an interesting point, which is AMP has played more champions this split, not counting playoffs because we're not even in it yet, than he did the entirety of spring, including playoffs. All 37 games, he played a total of 6 champions. This split, he's only played he's played 8 different champions thus far, and we've still got a playoff to get through.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous sort of change of pace for him, really been showing off a huge champion pool. Obviously, there's a couple of champions that he has been specifically strong on. We've had a lot of the Maokais and the Sejuanis and things like that. The Maokai he really does like. First pick will be the Kaiser. It's just slipped through the draft. It's super strong. You can put it onto either Modlishka or Kino. Both of those players have had pretty great success with it. Tends to go down towards the bottom side of the map, but either or is still fine. This rail pickup will be a flex pick between support and AD carry, and that's the Draven lock-in. Okay.
So this is very much something Nijit loves. 3 games of it, 3 wins on it, and funnily enough, he's got another champion that he's got 3 games, 3 wins, and that's Kaiser. So this is a bot lane, as we kind of expect from Lightside, who want to find their own advantages. They've been looking to do it pretty much all split long. Nijit on this Draven, if he can get rolling, get that early kill, then he can be absolutely terrifying. But conversely, we also saw in one of their games versus MRG, he fell behind early game quite a lot. He didn't get a cash-in until around 20 minutes, and that was after suffering a couple of deaths as well, and he still ended up 2,000-3,000 gold up over Shakur at the end of the game.
It was a really impressive performance, so we'll have to see if it's going to be just as back and forth. The lock-in of the potential Kaiser Alistair play down towards the bottom side of the map would make that a highly explosive matchup, and it will be the Poppy lock-in. The Steadfast Presence tends to get a lot of use with the current meta of a lot of dash-heavy champions. you're going to be able to stop the Rel and the Cassante from doing too much already, and then you've also got the potential for these next 2 picks just stopping them from being particularly high dash champions. It means that we are still waiting on potentially top and mid laners, depending on where this Cassante goes, where this Kai'Sa goes. There's still a lot of flexibility in both of these drafts.
Yeah, well, with bot laners already secured, that does remove quite a lot of the high priority bans. Obviously, no need to ban the Zyra away now. And we've got one side's jungler and potentially the other. Obviously, you talked about the Rel flex. And how do you feel about that right now? Because we know traditionally, Alistair is one of those hereditary counters, air quotes, to Rel, because she wants to go in with the crashdown, and Alistair pretty much just denies that with headbutt pulverize.
It's one of those situations again where Rel's in sort of a standoff where you don't want to be the first person to go in. At the same time, you do have a lot of ability to get across the rest of the map. If Chaos wants to just leave this Draven behind, it's less likely when it is a Draven because you do like to just try to get a lot of priority into that champion. I think the Rel could just go into the bot lane and accept that you have to play it a little bit more carefully, but at the same time, there are some other champions that you can play into an Alistair, but you want a high engage support alongside a Draven, so there's not too many brilliant options left on the board. We're seeing some mid laners being banned out right here, the Azir coming off of the board, as well as the Sylas and the Zed, and it will just be one lonely top ban in the Renekton.
That's an interesting one, seeing the Zed banned. But, I mean, Painful is quite a big Zed player. Already got 2 wins on it. Already got a pentakill in an official game this split on it. Maybe sticking in the minds of Venom Crest right now. I do want to point out the Azir as well banned. I'm glad to see it because Mudliska is 6-0 on it.
He's so strong on it. Yeah, this is looking absolutely excellent. It will be this Ivan locked in. This is not a new unique pick for AMP. He's already played this one. It's one of those 8 he's already picked up for himself. It gives you a lot of extra support, and it means that that Rel will be locked in down towards the bottom side of the map. It makes sense. You know, you give yourself that extra level of supportiveness that the current support pool actually doesn't really provide, and then you have that level of engage with that Rel. See what the response is going to be. Olonsky has played quite a lot of Viego, had a really good time on it. That and the Lee Sin have been his sort of premier picks, and there's a lot of great bodies to steal away if you get into a team fight. It does mean that you're really looking to get that first pick and turn it into a snowball beyond that point. Still waiting on a mid lane, potentially. You could still flex the Kai'Sa into the mid, but she really is more of a bot lane pickup at this point, and doesn't have the worst time of it into the Draven, so definitely expecting it to be a mid lane pick for Malishka. Has had a lot of success, like you said, on the Azir, on a lot of those more supportive as well as dealing damage champions, but it will be the Nico locked in, which has a great time in the current meta. If you can go fully in, that Bot Possum can just destroy whole team fights if you can get into the backline.
Oh, absolutely. And we've already seen a game of it from Mudliska as well. Funnily enough, it was a win. Who would have ever predicted this?
Shocking.
Now looking for a final pick, top or mid laner for light side. And the Cassante, obviously, we've seen lots of mid laners be able to play it, and it will be the Olaf as the final lock-in for top side. That's a kind of rough matchup for Panda, because you're not going to get that much value out of Steadfast Presence.
No, you're really not, and have the ability to just get chased down. The Olaf at the moment so strong. Obviously, we are both coming off of the MRG streams where we have Kaga, who just runs through people, honestly, on this Olaf. One of his best picks, especially during the start of the split. He's not quite as strong at this point in the meta as he was when we first started this split up, but still going to be just fine. And that's not really the main lane that you're really going to be focusing on as EMP. You want to be getting this Draven ahead. Draven, when he falls behind, doesn't feel particularly good to play, especially not versus a Kai'Sa who can wave clear for days and just is more useful overall in team fights. But if you can get a Draven ahead, he can cut through people in 1 or 2 axes, and alongside the Rel, the Cassante, there's plenty of frontline going in, Ivan shielding up, going to be more than happy to be able to play this one out, isn't it? So you've got a lot on both of these junglers to see where you can gank up, because something you can get out of the Ivan is, if you want to invade, you can just walk in, smite away a camp and walk out, and there's not really anything that Olonsky could do. At the same time though, if you get caught by the Viego, he can easily 1v1 out an Ivan.
Oh, absolutely. One potential concern I do have from the side of light side is a considerable lack of magic damage. The only magic damage champion in this composition is the Ivern, and you can go for an AP build. We have seen Night Harvester Ivern be somewhat of a thing. However, Draven, Olaf, Cassante are all going to struggle to an extent, if you see large amounts of armor, I expect to see Panda pick up a whole bunch of armor. I expect to see Touch pick up a whole bunch of armor. But besides that, obviously, there's no tank in the jungle, at least. So there's a slightly less to worry about in that regard.
It would be pretty risky to go for that full AP Ivan build. You know, you're in a situation where you're just so squishy and you don't even give that much healing and shielding onto your carries as you would usually want to do. Plus, you know, you're in a situation as an Ivan where you're putting Daisy forward as the main tank and you're just trying to help out everybody else in the backside of the map. But yeah, it is a slight issue when you don't have that much AP. It just makes this game a little bit harder for Lightside to play out, whereas you've got a very standard, I'd say, Venom Crest composition. This is a very 13.14 style comp. The only bit that is a little bit different is the Poppy top lane. We've been seeing a lot more Poppy in the jungle than we have in the top lane, but it's still a Poppy. It's tanky, it will absorb pressure, and come team fights, job is just to punt EMP or Nidget, you know, one of the carries, as far away from whatever play you're going for as possible, and then play it out as a 4v5, a 3v5, whichever you can make for yourself.
And as you say, I think my preference from the little, little bit I had just a second ago might indicate my preference. And I think that Venom Crest obviously had a more balanced draft in terms of damage makeup. But that's not to say that Lightside do not have more than enough ways to get their hands into this fight, as we will get ourselves onto the Rift for our first game of the day. Venom Crest chasing after a perfect split, and theoretically, Lightside might be the last big hurdle for them to cross.
Just gonna be Espergard left to go for Venom Crest, 16-0 right now, 2 more games left to play. Final week of this split that's gone incredibly well for them. Venom Crest trying to show off the fact that they are too good for Division 2 and that they are coming for Division 1. Still got a lot of playoffs left to go for. They are locked in first place, so they're not playing for actual standings in playoffs, but they are playing for pride, absolutely, and they are just such a strong team. It's been really interesting watching Venom Crest because they've not necessarily just walked over all of the teams. You know, the team that has taken them to the absolute brink multiple times is our locked last place team, Anima. They've had absolutely just bangers versus that team. But it comes a point where Venom Crest just play the map better. They really look to just go even, maybe a little bit ahead on individual skill in their lane matchups, but they skirmish with more members consistently, they rotate around the map so cleanly, and it means that their team fights just work out better, and they're able to win out around objectives and turn that into victories.
Absolutely, and nothing particularly spicy happening in the early jungle right now. We'll see EMP and Olonsky going for reverse clears right now, so EMP potentially looking for a more topside focus clear, or of course the alternative is setting up your seeds on all of your camps and then clearing in reverse.
You're just going to have to wander back over, pick all of those up. Interesting to see where the smites will go down for EMP. Aggression in the bot lane.
A bit of damage going down onto Touch. It shouldn't be too bad right now. There is the Plasma proc, the Ignite actually used by Dr. Chaos there, which means Summoner's spell down. Cleanse was expended, and Exhaust as well from Kennel. It is going to be level 2, being hit first by this light side bot lane, so the respect will need to come through. I think Kennel is trying to find that level 2 himself. There is the flash forwards. Gonna look for the damage. Touch is able to flash away from the Q and survive. Does mean that more pressure come through the bot side. However, it's going to be Alonsky who makes it towards the bot side first. Nidget and Chaos do have to be careful.
Not even going to bother with his bot side camps, just heading straight in. There are flashes on Nidget, none on Chaos.
There is the Ignite coming down. I think he is just going to tick. He's already dropping in. Alonsky comes in and will claim the first blood. And we're talking about getting a Viego stacking in the early game. That's a double kill for Alonsky before 3 minutes. That is one heck of a way to get the King of Camouflage going.
It's exactly the start that Venom Crest wanted for themselves, picking up 2 kills onto Alonsky, who has honestly been one of the biggest carries for this team. Malishka?
Ooh, Malishka in a little bit of a pickle himself here. Painful looking to go forwards. One more hit will secure it. Great gank by EMP. That will even up ever so slightly this early game, but I certainly know where I prefer to have those 2 kills, and it's definitely on a Viego rather than an Ivern.
Really is, because if you can get that first kill on the Viego, you get that reset, you stop taking damage for a couple of seconds, and that's the sort of situation where you feel like you're winning out on a team fight until one member dies, and then all of the Viego just pops off. And that was really clever pathing out of Olonsky. took the top lane camps and then just ignored the bot lane ones. Knew that they could go in onto this bot side of the map because Nitchit and Chaos were getting so aggressive. It's exactly... Oh, Chaos. Oh, no flash too.
There's no way you're surviving this. You can try and go over the wall. Wait, never mind.
Wait.
Oh, Iska just about gets it with the Q onto the face. And yeah, Dr. Chaos, when you are Chaos, you sometimes flip tails, and seems like that might be the start that is happening for the light side support. Bucci going to try push on forwards. Obviously, EMP is top side, although right now Panda's doing a decent job of trading in damage. Will end up being forced into the tower, though. Those repeat undertows are so hard to deal with.
Really strong, but that is a lack of mana now for Bucci, so Panda should be able to step back up to this wave, continue to try and trade on, get as much of a push as he can go, get that one under the turret, and then go back to base, get some health back, and make sure that you don't get solo killed by the Olaf, because that would really ruin a lot of what Venom Crest is trying to build if all of a sudden you've got an incredibly strong Olaf just sprinting into the backline. Because of how strong this champion is off of resets, if you could just keep the ultimate going, you really don't want to feed onto it. And so both of these junglers have managed to find themselves kills on their early ganks. Obviously a little bit more impactful out of Olonsky going to the bot side of the map. Always helpful because there's 2 extra people to be able to kill. And Viego just stronger in those initial skirmishes. Still though, EMP done pretty well for himself, farming up just fine. So despite the fact that Venom Crest are ahead, Lightside, they've still have found a little bit of success, and they're not falling behind too badly. This bot lane is a bit of an issue, but it really is just the jungle. If they can avoid dying to too many more ganks, then they should be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, Venom Crest looking to push that early advantage, claim potentially a first Drake pickup. Alonsky is down there with touch right now. Modliska continuing to try and get those waves pushed in, keep it so painful can't really do anything on the map.
Constantly trying to get nice and aggressive because the Cassante can be so strong. Once you use that all out, just drag somebody into the complete wrong position, get them killed by the rest of your team. You just want to keep this Cassante nice and in check. Nico super strong as well, and also picking up that initial kill on Modliska, just managing to finish off that onto Chaos.
Touch is only level 3 here, going to take a decent chunk of damage. EMP is spotted coming in towards the bot lane though. Alonsky will secure the Drake and now is going to look to skulk down. Harrowed Path has not heralded his arrival just yet. He is going to look to step forward. Nidjit does have cleanse available. EMP has his as well, but the CC coming through. The flash comes out, the shield will keep him alive for just a moment. Dr. Chaos though does not have that to get himself out. And again, Alonsky will claim his life. 3-0 Viego in this early game. The early snowball going fantastically for Venom Crest.
Did you see those fancy feet as well out of Olonsky? Was stepping forwards, waiting, made sure to wait until the Ivan Q came out, stepped back, made sure that he didn't get stunned up on that one, and then was able to get forwards. Dr. Chaos once again just having to give his life in order to get EMP and Nitchit out. And it just feels worse and worse for this Rel. We were positing that the Rel is stronger at the moment in the jungle in a lot of situations, and you don't have the best matchup into the Alistar, but still, you could do okay if you can get some early aggression done. But once you begin dying just a couple of times, at this point, Chaos is just so far behind.
He is. Bucci is going to try and brawl with Panda towards the top side. Again, the undertows, very oppressive to deal with. Of course, the inbuilt healing as well. But Panda not doing too bad for himself. Sure, he's going to fall a bit down in CS, but as you say, his main goal here is just not to give Bucci kills. Not to give LLS a champion to really heavily play around.
You are trying to get into the actual skirmishes, and then you're basically playing baseball. You know, you're just going for home runs with the opposing champions. Be a nice big tank and help your team out that way. Don't need to get solo kills, just need to not get killed. It's kind of the way of the top laner oftentimes. Even when the opposition tries to play something interesting, still just having to be a tank, play on an island, and then get involved later on into the game. We've got an Herald spawning up right here. Olonsky is straight onto it, gank in the mid lane.
Chaos trying to find the way in, but Modliska is able to use the Shape Splitter to get away from that one. EMP is heading into the topside river here immediately. Alonsky will pull off from that, knows that he doesn't have the priority to take that one down. We'll see if EMP and co want to look to start this one up themselves. Kendall and Touch are getting out of bot lane here.
Yeah, this is a lot of members moving up. Nidjit is still down towards the bottom side of the map, so this will be members on the advantage for Venom Crest. They're just going to move into the mid lane and try to get this mid lane pressure. It will unlock Olonsky to be able to pick up this Herald nice and easily. Could potentially just chuck it straight towards the mid lane if you want. If not, turn towards the bottom side of the map. There's already 2 of the turret plates gone. You could get a first turret directly into Keenal's back pocket, and that's a huge injection of gold towards this static shiv to up Kai'Sa.
Absolutely, and with the fact that Nidget was able to shove in a wave bot side, I could see Touch looking to try and find the headbutt polarize, not quite in range for that. And so Nidget and Dr. Chaos continue the shove towards bot side, maybe try and disincentivize putting the Herald down, although Olonsky is already here towards the bottom side, might look to repeat the gank that he has already made a couple of times.
Already that Kraken Slayer completed right here for Olonsky. He's super accelerated on this map. Not a massive CS lead, but I think that's honestly even more impressive that he has a CS lead at all, considering the fact he's been ganking constantly, and EMP has had much freer reign to just try to get some CS down in the jungle, try to just farm up. Hasn't really had that same success.
She's going for it in the top side. Panda trying to wait for the timeout on the... Okay. Never mind, I was going to say, waiting for the timeout on the Ragnarok. It did time out, and then immediately, Panda just puts him in the ground.
Oh boy, and in terms of trying to be that bright spark for this light side team that's struggling a bit, not really going to work out. As we said, Olonsky going to drop this Herald down towards the bottom side of the map. Going to take a good chunk off of this tower, might not fully kill it, but Kino will still be there to pick up the rest.
Got to be careful, though. There is EMP waiting off to the side. Dr. Chaos could find an engage angle here, potentially. Now, he is going to look to fall back of this one. Not quite enough of a wave to fully take the tower here, but it's so low that it should drop in the next 3.5 minutes before plates fall.
Yeah, going to be able to get those full 5 turret plates into Kino. And sure, most of the kills down on the bottom side went to Olonsky. That's not the end of the world. Not when you can get that much gold plating from the turrets. It is a huge amount at this point, and there's no need to overpush. Just play nice, calm, and collected. And this is the way that we've seen Venom Crest play versus the higher tier of opponents. Sometimes, versus the slightly weaker opponents, they've gone a little bit crazy, might be having a bit too much fun. Ooh, Olonsky.
Speaking of crazy here, he's going to find himself in a little bit of trouble. Has to immediately use the Heartbreaker to get out of that one. Jumps over the wall. Bucci and EMP sat there ready and waiting. Now, Panda might be in a tiny bit of trouble as well. The catch will not land, however. Again, we'll just stay safe, keep farming up. Got that solo kill as well, which puts him in really great stead in this lane.
Perfectly happy to just keep farming up onto that one. I really do enjoy Olonsky popping over the wall and immediately noping back out again. Knew that there was nothing that he could do. Sure, he's strong, but in that 2v1 with a lot of CC you can get as well as...
Oh no, Niji's been left alone. There is a tower there, but it's so low that they don't really care about it, and Kino will pick up his first kill of the game, having already completed the static shiv as well. Painful. Trying to make something happen. Olonsky comes in, smites out Daisy, trying to make it annoying for EMP to get anything to happen, and that's the last plate left solo. 625 gold for that first brick into Kino. I'd love to have a quick check at the individual gold right now, because it's going to tell one heck of a story. 1.3k in the jungle alone. Slight advantage for Panda thanks to that solo kill.
Bot lane advantage.
The only place where Venom Crest aren't winning right now is mid lane, and that's purely because Painful has been farming so damn well.
Yeah, Painful's really been keeping up his farm. That's a pretty chunky lead. But at the same time, Malishka doesn't need to be the main carry in this team. Really, you're losing the Pop Blossom more as a big CC ultimate rather than for the damage specifically. The rest of the champions on this map, your Kai'Sa, your Viego, will be more than happy to pick the rest of that up. Bucci needs to be careful. He's not got a lot of mana.
He does not have enough mana for Ragnarok. However, EMP is nearby. We'll be able to escort him out to safety. But this potentially concerning. With the Sunfire picked up already for Panda, he is out trading Bucci right now, which is something you never ever want to see when you're an Olaf.
Yeah, that's exactly the wrong sentence. And you can see as well, if we take a look at those control wards up in the top side of the map. Yeah, these two. This is a lot of vision that's being focused up towards the top side of the map to try to get Bucci head, and it's just not working. He's able to get Panda low sometimes, but Panda just trades back so effectively.
Yeah, and EMP could look for a potential dive angle, has got Daisy back up, but Panda now going to take a reset of his very own. Make so that physically cannot happen. Meanwhile, mid lane, Keenal and Touch shoving these lane in. Doesn't look like they're going to heavily focus on getting more plates. Instead, Alonsky has found EMP. He's going to try and get out of this one. One more hit would do it, but the root
Daisy
will keep him safe. Daisy also playing bodyguard. However, the rest of Lightside are looking to come in and contest. Alonsky dropping incredibly low. Bucci is not able to take him down. Dr. Chaos and Nitchit going to be coming down here as well. All out is used. Alonsky is taken down. Lightside can potentially find the fight they want. Keenal going quite low, but is able to get out. It's Touch who is going to have to be the sacrifice. This should be given across to Nitchit. It will be. There is the Draven picking up his first kill of the game. Panda trying to go in here, find an angle maybe for Keenal to engage on this fight, but it's not looking great. Shields coming through. The TP now from Modliska, who's pushed in the bot side.
Pot Blossom!
The Pot Blossom will find it onto Painful. This Casante's so mobile. He is going to be able to get out Nitchit, however, not going to be able to do so. And Painful neither is also taken down. It looked really, really good for Lightside for but a moment. And then the TP comes out and Venom Crest rally.
Absolutely brilliant play out of Molishka, because he's the only member of Venom Crest, like we said, that was falling a little bit behind, but he's able to just get involved in that play. A brilliant Pot Blossom landed onto 2 members, picks up 2 return kills. But it is interesting that Lightside were able to get that kill right there onto Alonsky. He's super strong, but at the same time, it is a Viego. You are relying on those resets and being able to move your way through a team fight without getting just caught up. There is a ton of CC on Lightside that makes it really difficult to run away from. You are such a difficult thing to do when you are on a Rel, on a Ivan, to just get away from these champions. They can constantly stun you up, especially that root caller on Ivan that allows you to get into auto attack range. It makes trying to get away just so difficult, and you saw it where Alonsky was not able to do so, even though he'd managed to get that first reset onto Bucci.
Yeah, Bucci and Painful particularly. If that root caller lands, you have an Olaf and a Cassante in your face, and those are 2 of the champions I think you least want in that exact location.
Yeah, that is way too close for them to be next to you. And it's the kind of situation where Venom Crest, they do want to be getting that first pick. They can teamfight relatively effectively as a full 5v5, but it's not what their composition really wants to do. In the same way that Lightside just want to get an all-in and go straight forwards. You know, a straight 5v5 is fine, but if they can front to back, it's not going to be quite as effective as just getting into the backline and managing to kill either Keenal or Modliska first. You just have to be careful to not let Alonsky get that first kill and turn it into a bit of a bloodbath. A lot of champions sat around towards this mid lane. We've got 1 minute until the Drake spawns, and we're back to Painful and Panda just sort of bashing each other in the top lane. Interesting that Bucci has decided he wants to opt out of this matchup.
Give him the opportunity to go elsewhere on the map, clean up some farm for himself. And it's important to note that it's Painful who has the TP up right now, which is, I have to assume, the reason why the Lightside would have chosen to send him top. Herald, dropping in the mid lane, surely will put paid to this mid tier 1 as well. Lightside are looking to move in to try and ensure the safety of their tier 2, but they might take too long to get here. Obviously, Bucci was clearing waves. Panda is looking for the angle in. Never mind, the dive is straight onto EMP. Alonsky obliterates him. The wave has been removed, but that does mean that any hope of a contest from Lightside will be removed. 10 seconds on the Drake to come up. A soul point around 17 minutes. This is a game accelerated possibly to the point of no return.
Venom Crest have put themselves in such a good situation. They're going to have, what is that at this point? Let's say 6,000 gold lead. And actually in that play, it was Panda that managed to get that dive underneath the turret working. Sure, he didn't go in, but he managed to punt Nitchit away. Nitchit, one of the champions at this point that actually do some damage, especially from range. He's not getting just leapt upon. Got that essence as well, and so punts him away. Then you're able to just get in underneath the turret, pick up that kill, pick up the tier 2 as well. That's a huge injection of gold, you know, more than Venom Crest really need at this point, and you can really see it in the items. We've got first items just about completed for everybody on Lightside, whereas you're well on your way to that second item, if not already completed it in the case of Keenal.
Yeah, this is a really fantastic spot for Venom Crest, and if they can continue to push this advantage, then it should be relatively, I was going to say trivial, but it should be relatively easy for them to close out the game from here. However, you do have to constantly watch out, because Draven is always a threat.
Yeah.
If he finds one big kill in a team fight, that could be an influx of 1,000 plus gold, especially if it's onto the likes of Keenal, who has the bounty available. and the follow-ups are potentially worrying. Kindle does get caught by the root caller, however, is able to get away. The touch, I don't think, will be quite so fortunate. Out comes the damage. It's not actually picked up by Ninja here. Painful who gets it. Panda, however, has found himself in a rough spot as well. Shutdown will be picked up by Painful, and just like that, Lightside find 2 picks.
And that's the kind of pick comp that Lightside have. They can just go in all of a sudden. Rel is so very good at that. Molishka also needs to run away. Okay.
Yep, Flash will get him out, although the chase is still potentially here. EMP, Painful, all towards this top side right now. Keep an eye on Alonsky, though. Could potentially try and turn this one around. Molishka goes in, finds 3 of them. They need to get the reset, though, for Alonsky. Otherwise, this is going to be a terrible situation for them. Painful takes down Modliska. The chase is now here onto Alonsky, and he is not going to get out of this one. It should be picked up. Nearly gets EMP for his trouble, but that's a kill on the Bucci. Painful looking to find the way forwards on the Keenal. Not quite going to be able to get the damage down. Kaiser gets under the turret. Touch is there as well to keep his AD carry safe. But this right here are the exact signs of life I wanted to see from this mid-game of Lightside.
Managing to just get themselves back into this game. And I love the idea, as Touch might go in here. Plenty of low health bars on Lightside. Instead, just going to back out. Gucci constantly getting poked down.
think.
Yeah, just gonna walk that one away. I love the idea out of Molishka to go in on that ultimate. The Pop Blossom was huge, landed onto 4 members, a ton of damage, lots of stuns, and then you're looking to get Alonsky in. Unfortunately, Touch and Panda are nowhere to be seen. They are back in base, they've just died having to reset. Touch might be caught out here, Rucola.
Yep, finds himself in a little bit of a rough situation. TP now coming out as well. Bucci trying to chase this one forwards. There is so much CC coming out from Dr. Chaos alone. Even with the unbreakable will, it's not going down at Molishka. Looking to come in, only able to find Dr. Chaos though, but that opens up Alonsky, Panda and Keenal to fight a split fight. Alonsky finds a double kill, 3rd picked up as well. And with that, 3 members down, Jungler gone as well, Venom Crest. They say that was a simple blip, that last fight. A glitch in the Matrix. It didn't happen. We're going to get the Baron.
Only going to lose Touch in that play. It looked like Touch was a little bit too far forwards, but that time the rest of Venom Crest were not dead, were not having to run back from base, able to get themselves into that fight, and another brilliant flag out of Molishka. That ultimate, sure, you don't manage to land it onto 4 members like last time, but you still manage to land it onto a single member, and the other 3 have to go split off directly into the waiting jaws of Venom Crest, able to snap them up. Multiple kills going down. A Baron, you're sat at Soul Point as well, with that Drake spawning in just a minute's time. Venom Crest, they had a little bit of a moment, but firmly planting themselves back in the lead of this game. 6,000 gold ahead. And with the second items being completed on most of the carries, 3rd item now completed for Keenal, they're in such a strong position to be able to just take this final Soul Dragon and then close out the game.
And the Luden's Tempest pickup is potentially very, 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 very worrying, because it now means that this Venom Crest has an angle that they did not have realistically before. Yes, Kindle can do a good amount of poke damage. That is the nature of AP Kaiser. But with Luden's Tempest as well, you can be a legitimate kill threat just with Ws.
Yeah. It's not just a bit of poke, it's, oh, I've lost half my health bar and the reset is instantaneous, and there's another one, oh, and I'm dead. It's really strong when you're just trying to poke out, and it also leaves Alonsky as the only true AD threat, so you're not going to be incentivized to build any armor, really, leaving this Viego even stronger still. Pushing forwards towards this inhibitor turret, going to lose half of its HP already. Now goes down. Will Venom Crest look for a fight?
I just don't want to fight for it right now. Dr. Chaos getting absolutely obliterated. Alonsky picks that one up. Daisy will not hold them back for long at all. Bucci is able to pick up a turret bounty in the top side, but at what cost? Bloxer, the inhibitor in the bot lane is already gone, and they're going to lose the mid one too.
Big push coming through. Molishka gonna pick this wave up. There's a second inhibitor going down, and that's your answer. What do they lose for it? Well, 2 towers in the top side of the map. A good push out of Bucci, some gold back, but you're going to lose 2 inhibitors, all of the associated turrets, and the soul. Yeah, gonna lose out onto that one as well. It's only a Cloud Soul, but at the same time, it's a Cloud Soul versus a composition that does like to run forwards, would love that extra mobility to just get into the faces of Lightside faster.
The question now becomes, I think, Bloxer, can Lightside survive the 6 minutes to get to Elder and look for an Elder flip to save the game? They are, granted, they're actually only around 5,000 behind, which is a lot less than you might think if you had the scoreboard turned off. So they're keeping up fairly well. Again, Painful and Bucci farming up an absolute storm to keep themselves in this. If they can hit the key, say, 3 item spikes, and most importantly, survive until the Elder spawns, there is a potential savior angle for them.
There is, but at the same time, Draven's the kind of carry that you want to get online at that 2-3 item spike and doesn't scale quite as well into the later stages of the game. It's not terrible, you don't completely fall off, but still, versus a Kai'Sa going to be pretty risky, and there's just plenty of scaling on the rest of Venom Crest too. Hutch has been playing a pretty clean game as well, constantly finding those engages for the rest of the team, as we see Venom Crest sieging onto this final tower that is left on the base. There is no Baron anymore, so they're not going to be able to use that one. Still, it's just going to be push forwards and use the poke coming out of this full AP Kai'Sa to really make the lives of Lightside incredibly difficult.
Yeah, and I want to remind everyone, the situation for Lightside, they are not locked in second place.
No.
Carol and Erna are ready and waiting on the other side of this game. They're going to be playing against Munster later this evening. If they take this win and then beat Lightside when they play on Saturday, they will leapfrog them in the standings with a favourable head-to-head. This is an incredibly important game for Lightside, and that's of course to say they've still got 3 more games, but so do most of the other teams around them.
Yeah, Munster have got even more games left, you know, they're not in a position where they could just sit back and relax. Of course, losing out to Venom Crest, whilst it's nothing to be ashamed of, is not great for their current standings. Top 2 don't manage to get themselves a bye as well, so you really do want that. Top spot is already locked by Venom Crest, who are looking to get themselves that undefeated split. Ult going to come through, looking to get this tower.
Painful going to go forwards, try and keep this turret alive. Touch.
Oh, Malishka!
Malishka goes in, finds 3 with the Pop Blossom, and Venom Crest are descending. Dr. Chaos is surviving for a crazy long time. Alonski, however, is going to remove Nitchit. The 3 remaining members just do not have the damage to contest. It's Dr. Chaos left all alone under his inhibitor turret as Oblonsky picks up 2 more, claims the ace, and with a base in tatters, it is a simple matter to close out this game. Venom Crest racks up another one and puts them 1 win away from a perfect regular split this summer.
So, Brack,
your silence speaks volumes.
Just remind me, you know, what position was Lightside in our standings? 2. That's our second place team.
Yep.
That's our second place team.
Let's not make that an indictment of Lightside, by the way. That's just to show how much higher of a level Venom Crest is on right now. They seem to have just a level of synergy, a level of individual prowess that nobody else in Division 2 can match up to right now.
The way that this team plays is so impressive. Individually, they try to get themselves leads, but it's the way that they play as a team. Whenever we see, like, this team go for a play around an objective, they just have more members. They will rotate more people around. And Lightside are another one of those teams who do have those rotations as well, but they were getting beat in the individual matchups, and then just on the flanks, on the rotations, and the ability of Venom Crest to go, no, we win this, even in a situation where, you know, they were underneath the tower, they were getting pretty chunked down. Malishka goes, no, I can get this. Brilliant pop blossoms out of this man, and I love the fact that every single member had their part to play. You know, during the early stages of the game, Olonsky was able to get loads of kills. You had Kino and Touch getting a ton of turret plates for themselves. The solo kill up in the top lane for Panda. The only person who was having not the best time of it, but also not a bad time of it, was Modlishka, who died to a gank and was down 20 CS or so. But during the team fights, he was just picture perfect. Really impressive performance. And Venom Crest, we were talking about promotions tournament. Obviously, they've still got playoffs to play, and best of ones are a completely different format to best of fives. But at the same time, I think for this team, promotions can't come fast enough. They are too big for Division 2.
They do feel like a big fish in quite a small pond right now. But let's look across the light side, because Venom Crest locked in, high and mighty, atop their steeple of first position.
I don't even see him.
This loss means a lot, because, as I was saying towards the end of the game, Carol and Erna are just behind them. They are 1 win behind. They play against Munster today. and also Munster themselves, along with Lions Creed, are creeping, waiting in the wings to see if there is that moment of weakness. If Lightside falter, if they drop another game here, then they could get leapfrogged, potentially doubly, potentially triply so. And being dropped down to 5th or 6th is a potentially terrifying prospect, because then you might have to play against Venom Crest in the first round of playoffs.
Exactly, you're just sat in such a scary position. Top 4 is pretty much paramount to just avoiding Venom Crest, making sure that you don't have to come up against these absolute titans.
I'm a liar.
No, you get first round bye.
First and second get the first round bye. But having to play a best of 5 and then having to play Venom Crest isn't much better.
No, it doesn't really feel any better at all. And it really is a situation where, we've got Venom Crest right at the top, and then Lightside, Carolina, Lions Creed, and Munster are all sat in this sort of punching match with each other for that second place position. Carolina specifically are in a great spot to be able to try take over Lightside because they play tomorrow, because they have also got a situation where they're playing up against Munster today. If they beat them, they've got some nice head-to-head there. Lightside were the ones who managed to leapfrog Carolina, who had sat at second place for a long time in the split. Now they are at real threat of falling down. We do have to temper that with the fact that their remaining games are against K5, like we've said, but then also Invulnerables for 2 games. Invulnerables haven't been looking so hot, but have still picked up a couple of scrappy wins versus teams you wouldn't really have expected. So it's not like you can completely write the rest of the split out. It's so close right now. The playoffs hunt is also incredibly close. Division 2, just an absolute mess at the moment, and I love it.
Yeah, kind of. Speaking of Invulnerables, they are going to be coming up next. Next game of the day, the bottom of the table clash. Anima are now officially locked. There is no way they can avoid relegations, but Invulnerables are wanting to fight tooth, claw, nail, anything that is to hand to avoid the risk of relegation. They do not want to see Division 3 again. Then they've got to beat their nearest opponent, which is Anima. And of course, Anima, they're fighting for pride at this point. Sure, they're dropped into relegations, but that does not mean they're not going to fight with every fibre of their being to try and drag Invulnerables down with them.
Exactly. We had a banger up at the top of the standings, but at the same time, Venom Crest, they are just able to level people if they want to. Invulnerables versus Anima, likely to be a lot closer.
That it might. We're going to throw it to a break ahead of our next game. It's just going to be the one game of us today, so it'll be farewell from the 2 of us. I believe you're being brought the next game by J-Real and Carvis, so look forward to them. Obviously, they're going to pop off on that, as they always do. That's it for us for now, and we'll see you after the break. Farewell for now.
Suffering anymore. You said I'm sorry that you worry, don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said don't try and make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer.
Hello and welcome. I'm guessing that we are live, but I'm just going to kick it off anyway. It's your boy J-Real coming through with Zaf, my guy next to me. We're going to take you through game number 2 of this day, Thursday, week 8. Last week, teams have to lock themselves in. We have Invulnerables versus Anima. Zaf, how are you feeling about this matchup?
I'm feeling so excited that you're bringing the hype. I'm going to be bringing the hype, and it's going to be a absolute dogfight for both of these teams because they are the bottom 2 teams in NLC Division 2, 9th and 10th respectively. 3 wins on the board for Anima, only 4 wins on the board for Invulnerables. And it just hasn't been their season so far, so we're going to have to see they're able to pick up a win here. Because they're able to pick up one here, there is a small chance they can get themselves off into the playoffs. Because remember, only the top 6 go through, so they need to at least pick up 3 or 4 wins more to even be in contentions.
Yeah, so I think Anima are completely ruled out. I think they're done. I think the max they can get to is 5 and 13. But Invulnerables, I do agree with you. They have a little slither of hope, right? They could go 8 and 10. They still have some potential for them to lock themselves in, but they got to start winning, right? And Anima, obviously, probably the best team they could match up against in terms of just record. But we've seen in the past, they're a team that, although maybe haven't got the wins behind them, have had a lot of really close games. And because of that, it's a team you can never kind of discount. You know, you have to always make sure that you're prepped for them. Make sure that you're playing clinical League of Legends, because if you give them a little slither of hope, Anima could take that away from you.
And that's the one scary thing about Anima, is you don't know which version of them is going to come out. The team that could be one of the top 2, or the team that just doesn't feel like they deserve to be in NLC Division 2. So today, hopefully, we're going to see a very close and competitive game, because Anima was actually pick up a couple wins in the past few games, compared to the Invulnerables, who looked so strong at the early parts, thinking they could maybe even get into the top 3, even top 4. But now, just on such a loss streak, 5+ at the least, how are they going to turn this around? I'm not sure.
Yeah, you look at the standings right here on your screen, or they were on the screen, I'm back now, but it's a sentiment where it's not been looking good, man. Like, as you said, they've just had like 5 losses in a row. That's pretty rough, and I'm not going to lie to you, their record coming forward isn't looking too strong either, in the sense of they are going to have to play against Lightside twice. They're going to have to play against K5. It's some tough games, you know what I mean? Like, we're talking like top 2, top 3 teams right here that they're going to have to beat to take themselves anywhere near playoffs. And I don't know how Invulnerables are going to do that, right? Because, as you said, they've looked really good in some parts. They started off very strong. They look like a team that, okay, look, maybe we're going to see these in the top 6. It should be secured. And then it's gone downhill. So we'll see if they've kind of changed up some things, switched things about. Maybe they've kind of found a bit of success. But I'm also thinking that if you are going to go for a game plan, maybe this team isn't even the best one to do it against, because Anima, from what I've seen personally, have been an absolute wild card of what strategies they're going to pull out.
Yeah, to be honest, as an analyst, I'm used to mentally look at a team and really understand they're going to play top, bot, jungle, whatever they want. Anima, you have no idea. They just play whatever the hell they want. Now, to give you a little bit more context on Invulnerables and why they are having so much trouble during to this mid or late stages of the season, if it just all comes down to their top laner, they were swapped out near the start, and it just feels like they haven't been the same team without him.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can kind of make it work, right? Obviously, teams, they form, they switch up, they break apart. You know, you got to get some time, you got to get some kind of like feels, and obviously some people just don't mesh with other people. You can have a great team of 5 players. We've seen it in the top leagues where you have 5 all-stars, amazing players, great legends, but at the end of the day, when they come together, it just doesn't work out, you know. So it is sometimes that situation of great players can come together, but not necessarily have that synergy. And it does also come down to time, game plan. What are your preferences in terms of like how you want to play the map? Are you a top laner that likes split pushing, right? But your team's asking you to play 5v5 team fight all the time. You know, those things are going to come into context, and we'll see if they've kind of made it work and seen what works best for them. Because I believe if Invulnerables do find their synergy, they find their sweet spot, they could definitely cause big problems for the rest of the league as we go into pick and bans. Zath, what are your must pick or bans for this game?
So for the must pick and bans, I would still have to say the 280 carries of the Kai'Sa and the Xayah are just absolutely powerful. Kai'Sa, of course, getting taken away, that champion. I see that my solo queue absolutely one-shots me, especially with the W at so far long range. Except for that, Aatrox is very strong in the top lane, could be a possibility, or even something like the Maokai in the jungle that can get flexed around. So a lot of picks on the table, just depends what they want to enjoy.
Yeah, and I very much like this Kai'Sa being removed. Kai'Sa, it's not going anywhere, right? We've all seen the nerf.
No,
she's not going
no.
nowhere, right? She's staying very, very strong at the top, and I'm also liking some of these bans coming out from Invulnerables there, taking away the LeBlanc, taking away the Nico, which can obviously cause problems when it's flexed around as well. So definitely very pertinent on some of the hot picks right now. Tristana being taken away, a little bit surprised on that one, because one thing I'm thinking about, right, when I'm thinking Anima, is very early aggression, and Rel being hovered could silence all of that.
I really enjoy this Rel first pick because it can still get flexed towards that jungle. It's going to get a few nerfs in the next patch, but remember that's next patch, so it's perfectly viable now. And they can also pair it with some very strong AD carries. Tristana is one of them. That's why Anima tried to ban it away before. Still have something like the Samira, haven't seen too much of. But instead, we're going to see Anima going for a little bit more of a defensive-sided bot lane, going for the Xayah. I would love to get paired with Rakan as well. Maybe even take out the Maokai, because I think that's the strongest three still up at the moment.
I'm surprised that they haven't gone to maybe match fire with fire. Obviously, when Rel first came out, big counter was Nautilus, things like Alistar. So they're not going to kind of stop any sort of jump-in capabilities. Right now, though, the Xayah and the Maokai are going to be locked in. You've talked about the Maokai, how prevalent it can be, how strong it can be, obviously, in that flex role as well. So I do think picking them up is going to give them a decent switch. But I will say, I would be surprised if it goes into the jungle, just based on the fact that Frosker's played so many early aggressive junglers that I feel like Maokai doesn't really fit their pattern.
Well, you may think that the Maokais I have seen have been early game domination, mostly because of the W being able to just instantly stun up anyone you really want, and the big ultimate to be able to, you know, find those engages when you need. While Invulnerable's second and third pick is going to be the Ashe and the Quinn. Quinn, quite a unique pick coming out, can get flexed towards the mid or top, but not 100% locked in. So instead, they're going to go for like a little bit more simplistic of a tanky top laner of the Cassante. So yeah, Invulnerable's going for a simple draft, and I'm expecting Anima just to be picking up the Rakan here.
Yeah, I like the Ashe. It does kind of question mark whether I think that this Rel is going into the jungle or into support, though, because I think Ashe not necessarily having the same follow-up potential that you potentially want with that Rel. But the Cassante lock-in, very stable top laner, very strong, going to give you a lot of consistency, as you said, and it's what you want to play against a team that could be very kind of up and down. And talking about up and down and consistency, well, there's one consistent tank killer in this game, and it is Fiora.
J-Real, I absolutely love watching Anima because you just have no idea whatever they're going to pick as the Fiora is finally locked in. And talking about the Ashe pick, it is something that isn't the strongest, I guess, in the early game, but the amount of pick potential it actually does have, around that level 6 mark, that plus Rel, you will actually be able to pick some people off if you decide to, as the second round of bans will be coming through. Anima's first ban is going to be the Gragas, trying to get away some of that disengage tool that Invulnerables really need to make their team comp succeed.
And where are you kind of looking for Invulnerables to fill in the gaps, right? You're talking about a little bit of disengage there, but are we also maybe looking at some engage coming out from them? Maybe some people that can dive in. You alluded to Samira a little bit earlier, saying we haven't seen too much of it, but it does go well with the Rel. Obviously, the Ashe has been locked in here, so we're going to assume that that's the ADC, not that they're going to play something crazy like Ashe support. What are you kind of looking for them to finish off this comp from Invulnerables?
So personally, for me, in the mid lane, I've been a massive fan of Lissandra recently because of, you know, the buff on towards its W, and it's just able to give you that CC that you desperately need. So if Maokai ever tries going off Fiora, just ult them up, allow your Ashe to, you know, chain the CC with you, and they can't really move up against it. Or instead, they could go for something like Azir to give them a bit more disengage tool. But overall, Invulnerables get some more disengage, and they're in a pretty good spot.
We'll have to see. I do like the Sandra as well. I think it gives you so much flexibility, so much capability. And also, if you are going to set up for something and we do maybe push Rel down to that bot lane, you can then play something aggressive. You can play something that can get those early ganks on because your mid jungle is going to be absolutely insane. Talking about insane, Syndra, we've seen it a few weeks on the NLC Div 2. It is so strong right now.
Yeah, absolutely powerful, especially with the big ultimate to burst someone out before the fight even starts. Vel'Koz, an interesting pick, is quite good into the Syndra because it does have the range advantage, does actually allow you to try and push out the wave whenever you want, but the Kassadin's getting hovered. Are we feeling spicy Invulnerables, or are we just going to keep it simple? Come on, give it to us. When it is the bottom two teams, this is where you usually expect the funner picks to be coming out, but instead, we're going to get the Azir.
I think Azir, very strong. You talked about disengage. Obviously, the Shurima Emperor, he's got it in spades. You know, he can definitely divide up the team fight. So I do think it's a smart pick there. It goes well with the rest of the comp. Going to keep them very much at range with the Ashe, the Azir. I like it. The Jarvan being hovered last. This is kind of a good aggressive jungler that we talked about. It does mean the Rel's going into support, but I like it a lot.
Yeah, you have to remember the Featherstorm is up and available for Zion, these big team fights, but you can't get out the Cataclysm without the Flash. So at some point, you are going to become less vulnerable, as the last pick is actually going to be a Grave, a champion we haven't seen too much of, trying to make sure that is that Maokai support?
That is Maokai support. How do you feel about that?
Maokai support into Rel Ash. One thing they do have on top of that is they are going to have advantage of these bushes, meaning that the engage from the Rel is going to be a little bit harder to achieve. But it's really hard to say because I still think Invulnerables do have the push advantage from the Ash. And if Maokai ever dares to step up slightly too far, that is the opportunity where Ash is going to be able to find that re-engage with the Rel. And I still think it's on the side of Invulnerables here.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think Invulnerable's draft is a little bit more my
cohesive,
my tempo, my flavor. I think that, but you know what? Look. I've said this about Anima a few times, right? I watched them play Venom Crest, and I was like, okay, their draft is weird. They need to basically win 10 minutes in, or they're just GG over. They almost beat Venom Crest, right? They almost won with a wacky comp that ended up turning out really well. So you know what, Anima, they can really just pick wherever they want and make a good team comp out of it. So we'll have to see how this one plays out. But I do agree with you. I can't say that I love the comp a lot. I think that if you're looking to go for a split push with the Fury in the side lane, you don't really have a particularly cohesive 4-stack. Yes, you have the Zaya. Yes, you have the Graves to dish out a lot of damage. The Syndra can stun as well, and the Maokai can maybe hold them back. But it's not necessarily the same standard as the other side of the board, where you have a Azir, Ashe, Rel, Jarvan, that's engage, disengage from different ranges as well. Like, they can get you cross map, close quarters. I feel like there's just a lot of advantage in those team fights that is going to come out of Invulnerables. So for me, Invulnerables, as long as they play this game on their own tempo, right, and they don't get caught out by early invades from things like the Graves, realistically, they should play around the Dragons, play those team fights, and should come away with quite a simple win.
It should be a simple win, as we are finally going to be getting ourselves straight into this game. And most importantly, you were talking about the, side laners from the side of Anima. So we're going to have to see if they are able to get the advantages that they truly need to make this team comp work. Because if they aren't able to do this, Invulnerables in these big team fights are just going to be absolutely able to take over. So we need to make sure that Frost and Devender, they're both jungle and support, really start roaming around this map early to try and get those leads.
I'm really, like, my eyes are focused on Frost right now because I want to see how they play this one. I want to see if they get aggressive with this Jarvan. Do they go for invades? Do they go for early players bot? Maybe even look a little bit early mid, because surely he leaves Vinze on his own.
Yeah, the thing I'm thinking about is Frost needs to have CC to try and make one of these ganks happen, especially on a champion like Graves. So the opportunities are going to be towards this mid and bot side. Most likely more towards bot than mid because of the shuffle out from Divine. So we're going to have to see if Frost is able to find those early ganks in the bot lane.
Well, is it going to be set up Divine? Sitting quite aggressive here. Looking to maybe get a bit of damage down, but Capstock just out of range. I'm going to be getting caught by that. And I'm also just like, I'm surprised they picked Graves. I'm not going to lie to you. That is still kind of shocking me a little bit because it wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting maybe something aggressive from Frost, but just not that pick necessarily. I was thinking maybe something like a Leaf Sin could be coming out as a... Talking about aggressive, getting a bit of trading in that bot lane, but Chrissy just showing exactly why Ashe is so dominant and such a problem for this Maokai. Look at the number of autos that have been thrown out, man. He's already low. Does he have to go back to base?
He can't actually go back to base because he is going to lose too much from that, but they just have a free win in this bot lane before the first reset. And a quick interaction I want to talk about in this bot lane is you saw Rel jumping in, the Q from Davide on the Maokai is actually able to completely stop it. Something I've never seen before, actually make it not as bad as you think.
Yeah, the disrupt could come in clutch, but I feel like giving up this much in the early stage of the lane is not what you wanted if you're Anima, right? But we'll see. Maybe Frost can pass down. He is obviously starting on the top side, so he is going to be going towards that bot side in his first clear. So maybe he can come and help this lane out a little bit and maybe even get a solid gank off. But he is going to have to contend with that Jarvan who's also passing down. But look at Inferno going aggressive there. You know, getting that little bit of damage onto Relentless as well and just giving Chrissy such a free lane.
Yeah, overall it's not really worked because Inferno was actually using, as they are looking for an engage.
Oh. The engage. This is what we wanted to talk about. We get to the kill in bot lane, but look at this invade in the jungle. Frost, I talked about, is he going to go aggressive? Is he going to play on this Jarvan? He is going to do exactly that, and that's what they need to do. They need to get into that jungle, get into the mindset of Kalen Boss, and start to force him around the map, because if Jarvan can't have that proactivity early and Graves can get ahead taking those leads, it is going to set up Anima really well.
Yeah, the passive from Graves, that grip stack, means that he has a lot of armor, so Kalen Boss can't ever contest him in this 1v1. The longer the game goes, the worse it's going to get, but it may be going bad in the jungle. It's going perfect in this bot lane. They were able to pick up the first blood kill. Does go over towards the Ashe, able to push out this wave as well with a really good reset. So it's going all the way with Invulnerables in this early game.
And I will say, like, I think that we're not going to have to count our chickens for a little bit, right? Like, this game has got a long way to go. I don't think this game is going to be over anytime soon. But where are you kind of looking at for the teams in terms of the 15-minute mark? Who needs to be ahead, or are both teams quite happy to cruise it all the way to, like, 30?
So, mostly on the side of Invulnerables, they need to make sure that their teamfight carries are going to be having a strong lead, either the Azir or the Ashe, but overall for their team, they're able to scale up, try and get some early Drakes, they're going to be in a very good position. While on the opposite side of Anima, they are looking for the side lanes, Syndra, and most importantly, this Fiora. If she does not have a lead, it's going to be so difficult for her as they are looking for a gank bot side.
Ooh, Frost, they're going to get the slow on to Crycy. But are they going to be able to get away? I think it would just be a bit of damage behind them. They are going to walk out of that one. No summoners being used. But they are down summoners. So maybe we'll see Frost gank again as Dragon is going to be coming up. It's going to be Ocean to kick us off on this map. And I do think the Dragons could play a big role in this one, right? If you're Invulnerables, it's an easy way to start setting up team fights for free. And if you do get a little bit ahead, you can basically force Anima into these tough situations. And if you're Anima, it's a way to avoid that, basically.
Completely agree with you there. Anima need to make sure that they aren't going to be able to stack these Drakes. And with the last gank in this bot side, one benefit for the Invulnerables is they were actually able to push out the wave fully, meaning it's going to push back into them, which allows Kalen Boss to be roaming around this map. And for a J4, I don't really feel like he's been getting up too much. I would have loved to see him maybe go for a few more ganks in this bot side and really just be hard focusing down here and trying to get your Ashe an even bigger lead than she already has.
Yeah, I think Frost obviously playing a really crucial role with the invade there, stopping him from going straight down to that bot lane on normal timing. And obviously becoming a bit of a presence, starting to get the tracking on that J4. Hopefully we're going to see more of Frost invading Kalen Boss, because I think if you're Anima, it's really what you need on your side. But right now, they are taking a bit more control in that bot lane. After what was a really horrific start, they've been able to gain themselves very much back into the lead. But it all could change now, as here comes the Jarvan engage going to come through, but good knockback from Dummendeer. But there is the knock up, the flag and drag. And Relentless trying to run away. One more spear in the back should finish them off. But Dummendeer with the damage there, going to get the kill onto Ashe. As it is now going to be a new 2v2 supports and junglers, but now it's going to become a 2v1 as Kalen Boss gets the kill and they can get away. No kills onto the carry of Ashe, but a 2-for-1 picked up for the side of Invulnerables feels pretty good.
Yeah, it's mostly because Kalen Boss wasn't actually spotted out on any wards, so was able to find that engage. Flash away from Relentless means that it's minions against an Ashe, and in the early game, these minions just deal so much damage, so we're actually able to pick up a kill on the back of that. While in the mid lane, nothing really much happened. Divine did try and go for a roam down, just to make sure his team didn't get the overextension, meaning overall, great win from Invulnerables.
Oh man, I feel like Sammy is getting to that stage in the lane where it starts to become a little bit tough, right? Grand Challenge is up and available for Vinze. We'll see if he decides to proc that one. Those all-ins from Fiora can be so lethal. But this is what we want to see from Anima, right? I think they're having a really good start to this game. Yes, that gank didn't go their way, but in terms of tempo and control of the map, I think they're doing what they need to, right? They've got the Dragon, they've got control over a lot of the lanes, they're starting to get a little bit of a lead in the bot lane as well, and they're not losing anywhere on the map, which obviously sets them up to start to gain advantages as we do head towards that early mid-game.
Yeah, importantly that they were able to stabilize this bot lane, make sure that Chrissy wasn't able to push his lead too much. And they also got the Drake, which does mean that Vinze has an extra 5 minutes on these side lanes later on in the game, as he is starting to scale up, because you talked about top lane, how it is starting to go the way of him. The longer it goes, and when he starts getting towards these two items, Seme has to really just hide under his tower, because if he's ever out too far, there is a possibility for a solo bolo.
We love a solo bowler, you know. I want to see it. I want to see those fights later on, but we'll have to see how it does get played. Right now, big wave for Vinze. They could potentially go for a bit of a fight here, but Sammy just playing it conservative, keeping himself safe. Not going to overextend for anything. But talking about overextending, Kalen Boss is on the invade on the Raptors. Has been caught out. Divine tries to get the sweep onto Capstock, but a good flash will stop him from getting locked up. And now, maybe Divine in trouble here. Unleashed Power going to drop a lot of damage. 1 or 2 more orbs could have got the kill, but with the looming threat of the Jarvan, going to back away.
No teleport available for Divine does mean that Syndra's able to take this out for free. Can as well look for this Rift held because nobody's going to be able to contest it. Same with Sammy in the top lane. Actually getting quite pushed in by Vince. So should be free if they wanted it.
Oh, and Capstock there, going to get ganked actually by this Jarvan. Divine going in, and with the shield, picks up the kill onto Capstock, so they do manage to get this gank off in the end. And you talked about no TP, well, he didn't even go, he just stayed as Frost. Great flash from Divine, avoids the collateral damage. And in the bot lane, a little bit of trading as well. We're going to see a 1-for-1, but it's ADC for support.
This is the scrap we wanted to see from the bottom two teams, trying to show just how strong they truly are, as Chrissy may even look for more, but taking 2 tower shots to do have to run for the hills. J-Real, there's sometimes when I play solo queue when that happens, I'm playing Bard, trying to go for that tower dive, constantly walking in and out of tower, but next thing you know, I just get taken out by it.
Man, tower can be so triggering sometimes. Like, you
really
think that you're out, like, you're standing so far away, and it's like, no, you're still in range. Like, what is the range? Like, I know the range. Like, it should be fine, but at the end of the day, it happens like that sometimes. And you know what? Smart from Chrissy not to overextend, not trying to go for that third auto there, and not going to get caught out. But it should be able to get a quick reset. The fact that they managed to get the pickup onto Relentless is absolutely huge for them, right? Because, yes, it was 1-for-1 in total, but the kill going onto Dovendir is nowhere near as useful as the kill going onto Chrissy.
Yeah, and on the back of that as well, in the top side, we did see Frost picking up the Rift Herald. Would love to see him placed towards this top lane, try and help his Fuel again, that big lead that we always talked about. But Kane the boss talking about leads, is looking for Psyche in bot lane, but Relentless having that Feather Storm. I'm not expecting much to be coming out of it.
Ooh, maybe though, Dovendir could be the target, although with that being said, obviously Capstock being around does limit how much the Jarvan wants to go in, because Kane Boss does not want to be giving any free kills over to that Syndra, who obviously is a bit more of a scaling pick these days, but it's still pretty strong for the start.
Completely agreed with you there, because Divine and Chrissy, they are very squishy carries. If they are able to find themselves a stun on top of them, there's a big chance of Capstock finding the kill on top of them. As there is a small freeze coming out for Invulnerables on this bot side, means that they are available to try and look for a gank. Kalen Boss does have no flash available, but the Cataclysm, whilst there's still no flash on Relentless, sorry, there is a flash, it's going to be hard to do.
Might see it go for the play, but Vulnerable's just waiting for the right time, right? They need to get Relentless slightly closer so they can get them in that trap. But here they go. Kane's going to go aggressive. Maokai tries to get the slow, but Relentless able to flash away, will avoid all of the CC. Having to use that Feather Storm could be a little bit costly later on, as Frost is now the new target. Slow's coming through. There's the jump forward, but the damage coming out from Capstock is unreal. 2 kills already down, and the Vulnerables now trying to run, but here comes the Emperor getting the Divide back, but Divine in between 3 with Sammy absolutely cleaning up. They are going to be able to try and trade this one back, but can they get more? Frost is the new target, but with Capstock by his side, he might have enough to deal out the damage, but Sammy is just an absolute tank. They're going to do a bit, but it's not going to be enough to chip his health bar away, and Divine now going aggressive, gets 1, looking for 2. Capstock might have bitten off more than he can chew as he tries to run away here. Might just have the distance. I think one soldier could change it all. There's the slow. Done away. Capstock should be able to get out. A huge skirmish. Break it down, Zaf. Who wins out of that?
Overall, it's a win for Invulnerables as Divine is able to push out this top side. Double kill onto Sammy, which does mean that Vinte isn't going to be as powerful in these side lanes because they don't have the gold advantage anymore, being able to pick up that Bramble Vest. And Invulnerables getting to this Dragon first. It should be a free Drake for them to pick up. It's 12 minutes in, so won't be the stacking Drakes they wanted, but still, it's better than nothing.
And it looked really good at the start for Anima, right? They came in, got 2 kills immediately, were able to start to walk away. It was a 4v2, but that TP from Sammy absolutely clutch. The damage from Divine as well. Just able to put so much longevity into the fight, but also just sheer damage and burst, removing Relentless and Dovendir basically immediately.
Yeah, removing them immediately was the real reason the Invulnerables were able to win that, because Divine as well was untouched in that whole entire fight, being able to use his Sand Soldiers to their most effective use and having that first item so powerful. As Invulnerables mid lane tower is getting damaged, should be able to stop the second hit onto the second tower as they are able to defend it. But overall, a very close and tight game as both teams are only 100 gold away from each other.
No, indeed. And obviously, it's what you want to see if you're an Anima fan. If you're an Invulnerables fan, maybe you'd want a little bit of a gap between the two teams at the moment. But they are still scaling. They do still have that late game advantage. And obviously, their power comes from when they do start to get into those team fights. So we'll have to see how this game does continue. If we are going to get the same pace or maybe a little bit of a switch up. Because I will say, Frost has been looking pretty dangerous in this game so far. And with the roams with Capstock, there definitely is potential for Anima to start to cause a bit of an upset for Invulnerable fans. As we talk about that, Frost is going into this bot lane. Maokai looking for the root, but Fierno able to get away. There is the Glacial Arrow. They're going to be able to stop Frost in his tracks, but maybe a bit too much damage going to come through. Fierno away. Collateral damage not going to deal enough. And Anima will use a lot, but don't get too much in return.
Well, they are actually able to pick up one tower plate from this, and may even be able to pick up two, as Chrissy is trying to outfight him. Davin is in a bit of danger.
Ooh, gets a lot of damage. There's the Magnet Storm to pull them back in. Here's the Feather Storm to get a bit more damage on to Fierno, but Frost going to go onto the tower, going to take two tower hits, but it doesn't really make a difference. The damage is just too much, and they're going to pick up a double from the side of Invulnerables.
Yeah, they're just so tanky on Frost. Was able to just complete tower dive if they want. Big win coming out from Anima though, as Kalen Boss trying to hunt for this mid lane. Flash is available for him, but probably shouldn't go for it. Flash is still up for Capstock.
Yeah, Flash, Scatter the Weak. Not the most fun when you're underneath the tower, but we'll see if they do go for this play. Talking about plays, Vince not really been able to make too many. As you said, getting that increased power from those kills for Sammy really has kind of changed how that lane was looking. And right now, Vince just not able to take those leads. But you said 2 items is the power spike. That's what we're looking for, Zaf. That's what we want to see Vince really start to build those leads. But is it going to be determined on how far Sammy is ahead, though? Because obviously, he's closer to his second item than Vince is. Is it a situation where they need to be even, or does Fiora just start to take over the game?
Well, the longer Fioris is alive, it is one of the strongest just side laners in the game. So, of course, the more time she has, the stronger she will always become. But the Thornmail does actually give him a whole lot of time. I mean, the healing from Vince isn't going to be as powerful. And if they are able to just shut him down a little bit more, it's going to be quite a while before they're back into the game. However, top lane isn't really the place to look on the side of Anima. As if we look into the jungle, Trinity Force already completed for Frost. Being able to just tower dive by how tanky he is already, if he keeps going the way he's going, he may actually turn out to be the main carry for Anima this game.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. Going for another objective here, looking for that Herald, and does have the backing of Vince, and obviously they've rotated their bot lane up as well. So should be a pretty strong take for them, unless Kalen Boss can get a steal here. But steal at what cost? They are starting to mobilize units, and in he goes, gets the steal. Capitalism is going to go down to lock them in, and now follows the rest of the team. But Kalen Boss has to run, dodge, dip, and die, because Cap's not going to pick up that first kill. Fierno is going to be next, and now a 5v3. I don't know if Divine wants to fight this with the rest of his team. They're going to start walking away, and I think Anima are just going to rue the day.
The reason Invulnerables weren't able to fight that is because the engage was onto 2 tanks, and then Ash was getting roamed out by Relentless and by Frost, so they just didn't have the damage they truly needed. As this Ash doesn't feel as strong as they were in this early game, they really have just stopped her progression, as even this Xayah has actually caught up with her. The great win from Anima, able to pick up that Rift Hell. Actually, no, it got stolen away by Kalen Boss.
Yeah, Kalen Boss did manage to get the Herald, so I guess there is some sort of silver lining to that story, but when it comes down to it, I still feel like Anima are feeling pretty good, right? They now push themselves to a 2k gold lead. Yes, they don't get that objective, but obviously Rift Herald, second one, not as crucial. You don't get the platings bonus, but yes, could potentially open up the map a little bit more. But we're now going to look at this next Drake, right? And so far, Anima keeping themselves ahead, keeping themselves a little bit afloat when it comes to those team fights is really, really crucial to the success of this game, because if at any point Invulnerables start to cleanly win team fights, it is pretty much GG, fam.
And I'm really curious to see if Anima even want to contest this. They have spoiled out the Vine.
Stun is going to land. I don't know how much damage can follow though. The TPs are here, and Sammy maybe in a little bit of a tough situation here. Very tanky, but 1v3 needs to survive at a time for the team, as they are going to slowly but surely mobilize. And 5v5 in bot lane. Dragon is up. Surely we get a fight.
We should be seeing a fight. Anima have the advantage.
Ooh, Glacial Arrow going to go down. There's the Cataclysm. 2 locked in. Vince is one of them as well. One already removed, but now the Emperor gets the divide. Big sweep back. Frost in the backline could be in trouble. Sammy is on a 1v1, but on the flip side, Crycy is going down. They've absolutely removed Invulnerables from the game as Vince able just to split apart this team and isolate all of them. It is just too much for them to handle, and Sammy tried to get some damage onto Frost, but we talked about how tanky this Graves is already.
Yeah, it just wasn't going their way. Sammy's still getting poked out. It's mostly because Divine and Critzy aren't at that 2-item power spike. Divine has gone for a supportive-esque mid laner where he is just trying to stay alive, and because of that, the damage wasn't there. Critzy as well, only 1.5 items. When you're against something like Vince that is able to dive into this backline, almost one-tap you if they get the ultimate on top of you. It was a great play coming out from Anima, and this really comes down to their top laner of Vince.
And it felt like Invulnerables weren't set up properly there. It felt like they were kind of half in, half out. Like we had Divine going aggressive with Sammy, but then Chrissy was on the other side being chased down, and there was no one to really help them because Furno had already gone down, and so had Caden Boss. So I feel like they weren't necessarily on the same page. They weren't focusing the same targets, and in the split chaos, that's where Anima are really going to thrive.
Anima really thrives, like you said before. If Invulnerables want to win these big team fights, they need to make sure to play front to back. And when your tank is the only person alive in your team, you know that you are doing something wrong. So now that Anima, 2 kills going over to Finzay, we talked about these side laners and how crucial they are going to be. And they are finally hitting the power spikes they truly need to get them ahead. Because you even saw there, Fiora, constantly able to push this out. Constantly able to get vision and move fast for their team. So Anima can really run away with the game soon.
Look at the damage, man. Like, Frost just able to fight without any answer from Kane and Boss. Finally going to be backed up and is put in the Cataclysm. The gates out as well. Maybe sold Capstock a little bit, and he is going to be scooped up. But can the rest of the team pick up the kills? Feather Storm going up into the air. But how will Relentless be able to finish off this fight? Divine is doing so much damage and will not be stopped. Maybe a little bit of a rough one from Anima overextending on a play that wasn't necessary because Divine is going to clean that one up.
Over 1,000 gold into the pocket of Divine, and that is the revitalization that Invulnerables needs. Because we were talking about, they don't have the damage. After he goes for his reset now, he definitely will after being able to pick up 3 kills on the back of that. And on top of that, Vince being the strongest member of Anima was nowhere near him, being in the spot side, means they were able just to easily win that fight.
Vinze still having some pretty close trades with Sammy there. But we'll see how that does start to change as that second item gets picked up. Should be soon for the Fiora. But for the rest of the team with Invulnerables, a little bit of breathing room there, a little bit of relief as they do finally get a 1 fight. And we talked about that 4v4 unit, how it is going to be a little bit easier for Invulnerables to have those fights, and you see it all there. No Vinze makes the fight a little bit more difficult, and they weren't able to clean up this time round. But talking about clean up, Sammy really having his way in this lane.
And that's mostly because of the Thorn Mail he has. So there's just no healing coming out from Vinze, as Anima have finally got vision again over towards this Baron. It's the only major objective up. So Invulnerables constantly need to make sure they have vision on top of it. Otherwise, the amount of damage Anima has on solo objectives, there is a way they sneak it out.
Tower there, going to be taken down by Anima. A nice rotation, but have they maybe lost their top tower for it? It is being pushed in by Divine, but it looks like they're very quick to rotate this one. Starting to move over, maybe trying to catch this as they're out, but the Emperor should, I think, just be able to survive, although maybe not. Maybe they were a little bit too quick. Divine now going to be joined with the team. TP's coming in. Sammy going to join the fight from River. Kalen Boss trying to get onto Frost, but not getting close enough, as holding the line is Dovendir, just stopping anyone from getting into this fight. But now they're going into the backline. There's the sweep, and the Emperor is in the back. They've taken down 2, and they're looking for more. But on the bottom of this fight, Fierno versus Relentless, they've already removed Chrissy. So can they get anything back? Kalen Boss goes aggressive, takes the kill, a triple for the Jarvan, and the Invulnerables starting to flex their muscles as the team fights are going their way.
Invulnerables are finally getting to the point where their 5v5 is completely shining. I'm surprised they didn't actually want to go for Baron there, because they do have enough tankiness from Fierno and Kalen Boss, probably being scared of Vinze. And the reason they were able to win that fight is Divine getting that amazing Streamer Shuffle, getting 3 members into the team. Sammy just tanking up so much that Chris is just able to free fall all the far away. And remember, they are still down gold, even winning a fight just that dominantly.
700 gold down, as you said. Objective's going to be coming up immediately. I don't think we're going to be looking at a Dragon Soul. I don't think it's going to be the same level of importance. It's Cloud Soul. Yes, it can be pretty useful, but it's not going to really affect your fighting status. So I don't think either team is going to be hard-pressed whether they win or lose it. But that Baron, for sure, has got either team's name on it. Whoever wants to fight for that one and claim it will definitely have a major advantage in this game that will tip this very close game over the edge. Although saying that, they are looking for a bit of a gank, but they do have a DC. So we might be having a little break here.
I'm surprised the Crystal Arrow did actually hit in that top side. If they are able to pick up the kill from there, there is a possibility to try and look towards this Baron and try and go for that 4 versus 5. But we're going to have to see if they want to do that, as we do see the Dragon as well spawn in next 30 seconds. And if you start getting to that, soul point, there is a possibility that Amma, if they get that, the amount of speed they're going to have, these side lanes are going to be so much more, I guess, scary, because they can just get in and out so quickly.
Yeah, and there are obviously some pretty good picks on the side of Anima. They're going to benefit from that Cloud Soul. Obviously, the Fiora getting that movement speed is always going to be pretty nice. On the flip side, though, it could work out pretty well for things like the Cassante as well. So we'll see if either team does prioritize it. I think in general, though, that's not where the focus is, right? If you're writing a list of how the teams should win the game, I don't think either team is going to have a high priority on, oh yeah, let's get the Cloud Soul. That's going to really tip us over the edge. I think it's kind of one of those additional kind of like side things that you would do to give you a little bit more, I guess, quality of life buff, rather than necessarily straight power and winning aspects. Whereas I feel like if we are looking at how Anima can come back into this game after losing a couple of fights back to back, I think it's all got to do with kind of splitting up that map, making sure the Vince is really prevalent, and then starting to look for those picks. You have the Syndra, you have the Zai, you have the Graves. A lot of burst damage could be done from those 3 alone, and if you are able to get a couple of picks, maybe with the Maokai there, it could really start setting you up for a lot of success. Because as we've seen, Chrissy, Divine, they are pretty squishy. They will go down. They do die. You just have to get onto them.
Now, you need to remember, J-Will, no teleporter up and available for Vince or Capstock for the next minute or two, which does mean those side lane pressures aren't going to be as strong, because if they do start the Baron on the side of Invulnerables, they have no way to get back into it. And I feel like Baron is really the aim of the game for both teams, because if Anima are able to pick it up, we keep talking about their side lane pressure, completely just puts it up to another level. While on the opposite side of Invulnerables, a big team fight comp can just start it up, wait for you to try and contest them, and try and look for a fight again. So vision is so important for both these teams to have around the objective.
No, vision for sure going to be very important. I think that, again, it's something that I want Anima to see them abuse, right? I want to see them look for those picks. I want to get that deep vision, find those one-man units, get that quick kill, get yourself an advantage, and then play for an objective, right? Because I don't think they have the power to take a 5v5, right? I don't think they have the power to take a 4v4 heads up straight away, unless they can get a really good pick onto Divine early. And even then, I don't know, Kalen Boss is dishing out a lot of damage at the moment.
And talking about picks, in this top lane, Vince is getting caught out. I don't think he has many ways to get out. This Flash is up and available. And the ultimate, I just don't think it's enough. And if they're able to pick up this kill, we talked about the way that Invulnerables can push their lead. The way they're going to do it is by just getting this kill, looking for the Baron, and trying to, allow these Baron minions to just get yourself a bigger and bigger gold lead. Because remember, they're still 1.6k down behind, even though they seem to be the stronger team.
Yeah, it's... I guess what we should have talked about is, like, when does the gold stop really mattering in the game, right? Because, yes, 1.6 is a lead, but we're now in 23 minutes. People are starting to get their items. Are we starting to feel that drop-off of the gold really changing things? Or do you feel like it's still going to be important? Because, obviously, yes, being in gold lead is important. It's what you always want. But it does feel like Invulnerables, they're just getting the right opportunities. They're just getting the right kills. And it's a sentiment where that 1.6, I don't know how much is playing into the game.
So, J-Ro, you talk about 1.6 gold, that is overall. We want to talk about actual individual members. Both AD carries, Ashe and Xayah, been very strong during this game. Remember, Ashe had the first kill, however, Xayah, with over 2.2k gold lead just by herself, that is almost a full item to her name. And remember, AD carries in team fights, they are the major late game assets. So it may not matter too much until she is able to finish that third item. But once she does, she's going to be a big sore point for them. And on top of that, Anima, their top laner, we talked about how Cassante, Sammy, is able to, stop him from doing too much on this Fiora. However, it's starting to have a bit of a deficit of 1,000 gold, and that's just going to keep building and building and building, because there's all still tier 2 towers left up and available from the side of Invulnerables for Vinze to pick up, and if he keeps slowly chipping away at him, there's still a possibility that a gold lead will matter.
No, indeed. And obviously in the mid lane as well, we do see a 700 gold lead over to the side of Divine, which, yes, one of the smaller ones out of the three that we've talked about, but still going to be an advantage over to Invulnerables. I am looking to see how this one plays out, right? Obviously, when we left the screen, it was on a snapshot of Fiora getting caught. I think, as you said, if Vinze does get locked down here, that could be an absolute huge swing in momentum there, potentially giving the Baron over to the side of Invulnerables. But I don't know. I will say this, like, just a quick, brief moment of a pause. I will say I'm impressed with both how both these teams have played. I think they've looked pretty good going into this one. I think that Anima have shown that they can make a lot of good plays with the comp that isn't necessarily the most drawn out on paper. But I'm looking to see the consistency, right? It's not just about having a good start, it's about having a good finish. And right now, Invulnerables do seem to be the ones that are starting to close it out, because Anima, obviously, they started to make a little bit of mistake here and there, and that's what allowed Vulnerables back into the game. Is this going to be another one where Vinze is maybe overextending?
It could be a possibility of that. And I want to talk a little bit more about the Invulnerables roster, because we do know that Anima are completely out. They are going to be minimum in the bottom 4 if they are able to win, of course, all the games from here. Invulnerables, still a possibility for them to get back into the standings, get themselves back into top 6. It is still a very far distant future. But this is the place to start. You're against the 10th team. If you can't beat them, how do you ever think you're going to be able to beat Lightside and K5, both respectively 2nd and 3rd? So if they want to start, they have to start here. And it's great to know us saying, good job, you're able to have a lead against Anima. You need to start showing dominating victories yet again, like you did at the start of the season, if you want to start becoming one of the top 6 and have a chance at all to try and get in these playoffs.
Yeah, and the thing is, as much as they can try and win, as much as they can try and put themselves in a good position, it is also down to other teams as well. The fate of Invulnerables isn't just their own, and that is a little bit of a scary prospect if you are hoping that they're going to make it to the playoffs, because you look at the teams ahead of them, right? You have Monster Rugby Gaming, you have Lions Creed, 4-2 Gaming. They're the 3 teams that we're looking at who basically could finish off taking that spot. Also, Blue Whites as well, another team that could potentially pick up that win. So it is feeling like a bit of an uphill battle for Invulnerables, but as you said, they've got to start here if they want to make a play for it. They need to get a strong win here. And also, I think it's a little bit more than just about playing for pride. It's about sending a message to the people that are watching your teams about saying, look, we are a bit dangerous. You better take us seriously. We're going to come and try and pick up these dubs. So I don't know how they're going to do this. I think we're going to throw to a quick break just because of the fact that we still have that DC. So I believe that we're going to go for a quick break, maybe like 2-3 minutes. As soon as they are reconnected, we're going to come straight back to stream. guess who's back? Back again. It's not Slim Shady, it's Kalen Boss. He reconnected, we're back in the game, and we are here once again. And it looks like Vinze just walked away from that completely fine.
And because he was able to walk away from that, we do see Anima has full control over the next Drake. So I'd love to see Invulnerables actually try and sack this Drake away, push out this mid wave, and try to look towards this Baron to try and make the 5-5 happen.
Yeah, and that tier 1 mid so low, man. Like, they could just walk up to that and take that, but it looks like they are going to go for that Baron play. They're walking up to it. They're just going to start it, and there's no vision because of that control ward. So we'll see if Anima know that this is going on. They're going to start walking up, but are they there in time? I think they do have enough. So we're now going to see Invulnerable starting to back away. They took it to half HP, but not going to be able to fully commit. The threat of the fight a little bit too high, and they don't want to be caught out in a really rough situation where their backline is exposed. So Vinze now staying up onto this top side. Invulnerable still just willing to kind of push for this Baron. But I think they're going to have to back off once again. And we have a bit of a dance around this objective. But look at Frost. Yeah, indeed. He is going to go for that little bit of a side. Is he going to be able to get the gank onto this backline? And Sammy just still trying to get this one. But Crystal Arrow's going to land. Now onto Frost they go. But good flash away will get him out of the Cataclysm on the back of this fight. Though you have to look at Vinze taking down one already. Domindir in the middle of the fight will be removed. But look at the rest of his team. Tanky and strong moving ahead. They're trying to chase down Invulnerables through this jungle. Sammy is going to play for a little bit of time for the rest of his team. But will fall. And Anima could have control of Baron.
They have control over Baron for sure, but there is still a jungler up and available for Invulnerables. He can still take this away, however, no vision on top of him. Capstop is looking 7k on the Baron. Gonna have to see if Kalen Boss wants to go for this.
Oh, Vinze takes away the blast cone. They're now going to try and stop his entry into the pit. 3,000 surely just stop DPSing the actual Baron. They do manage to get the kill. They take the Baron and they secure the bag. No fumbles here. They're all going to go back to base as Divine. I don't know what the play is here. Is he trying to set up for a trap? Is he trying to get a pick?
He could look mid lane.
Oh, smooth. Okay, Divine. I see it. I see it. Gets the quick pick on to Capstop. That's one Baron buff removed. But surely playing this far up could be a little bit dangerous.
Smooth criminal is what we should be calling Divine at this point. As because of that, Invulnerables have a possibility to try and stop this Drake. 10 seconds up for Kalen Boss. We still have Vinze up and available. Thinking about how much damage he truly has. I'm not sure if Invulnerables can do anything against this.
Well, they're showing their power, showing their fight, but they are 4 versus 5 here. We obviously Vinze block that Crystal Arrow, and now Chrissy in trouble. Frost is going to get up close and personal with the shotgun. Damage coming down. Fearno able to just cause a little bit of stress to back Anima away. And Chrissy living with a tiny slither of HP. Anima though, with that Baron, can they make it start to work? 4k gold now in the lead and 1 away from Cloud Soul.
Cloud Soul is going to be so crucial for them. I mean that they have just so much time on these side lanes. We talked about how they need to get ahead. They need to have their lead. And now they have bound up power minions. Vinze and Capstock are going to be absolute demons in these side lanes. So we're going to have to see how many towers Vinze is able to take. Because they were fighting for that dragon for so long, half of the Baron timer is already gone. It's Invulnerables. All they need to do is just push out these waves as much as possible. Stop the bleeding and try and look for a fight again. Because every single fight they've done, Chrissy has been getting taken out before they've even started. And now the Divine and Chrissy both don't have flash up. It's going to be so difficult to take a fight again.
Look how far Vinze had to push this wave as well. It's taken so long to get anywhere close to this tower. They only have a minute left on this buff, but they are starting to push mid and top at the same time, and questions are going to be asked. Decisions have to be made for Invulnerables as to where they decide to play. Where do they defend? Can they take both towers, or will they be able to survive? It's the big question. Invulnerables there just trying to get a little bit aggressive in this mid lane, trying to force back Relentless and Frost, but in the top side, they did lose that tier 2.
Remember, Invulnerables, they need to pick up a win here to get themselves any chance of getting to the top 6 in those playoffs. So they are going to be hunting for this. And it feels like nervousness is throughout this whole entire game, as even the manager from the side of Invulnerables is shaking at his boots by how this game's going.
Right now, pinned into the corner. Admittedly, they've played pretty well around this match. They haven't bled too much. They've lost 1 tier 2. There's 20 seconds left on it. Maybe they're going to lose a second if Vinze can get his skates on. But I don't know if they're going to have any time for this right now. We see Invulnerable sending 4 members down to the bot lane. They really want to keep this tower alive. And I think they have the facilities to do so. and they will skate away another opportunity for Anima to try and take more of a lead. But looking into the kind of near future of this, okay, yes, they are able to defend this Baron, but in 3 minutes we're going to get another one, and 2.5 another Drake, which I'm sure Anima are going to want to fight for. How do Invulnerables kind of stop history repeating itself?
Well, they need to make sure to get priority in this mid and bot lane, try and push them out as much as possible, and then look for one of these big team fights, because Flash is going to be available for the Vine and Chrissy. And we keep talking about how good the 5v5 is from Invulnerables. They're able to do this back to front. Don't allow Vince onto the main carry of Chrissy. There is a very good possibility Invulnerables can win that team fight, get themselves that Drake, and start looking to turn this game around.
Big ifs though. We've seen every single team fight. Chrissy has gone down very early. Relentless also doing quite a bit more damage in such a strong position. 3 items up compared to the 2. And also Capstock with the burst. Also Vince. There's just a lot of threats on Chrissy, and obviously having no natural peel themselves. Yes, they have the slow. Yes, they have the Crystal Arrow, but Crystal Arrow mainly been using for the engage. They need someone to kind of stick on them, and I wonder who that could be. Is it going to be Kalen Boss? Is it going to be Fierno? We'll have to find out. I think personally, if they play around Divine, maybe they can get a little bit more protection.
Yeah, Divine completing those 3 items, having the Shattered Crown, so it won't be too easy to get taken out, while his second AD carry of Chrissy has only got 2.5 items, hasn't even finished off the Runan's Hurricane, so his damage in these team fights is going to be lacking, especially against Relentless, who has got those 3.5 items. Armor Pen has been fully finished, meaning that Kalen, Boss, Fierno and Sammy aren't going to be able to tank up enough. It's going to be a very difficult fight for Invulnerables to win. They need to take out Relentless at the start of this fight, otherwise it's looking a bit sticky.
We'll see how this plays out though. Time is ticking away, and that is good for Invulnerables, right? We talked about how they are going to be very strong in the later stages, so for them, going the long distance isn't going to be problematic in terms of composition, but obviously it is about how you play the fights, right? And Vinze, I think it's kind of something we talked about a lot, but is really, in my eyes, a big key to this puzzle, because if Vinze can start to open up the map, force Invulnerables to kind of be split open, then they are going to have huge problems, because they do strive so much in those 5v5 team fights. But we might be getting one soon. 26 seconds until Drake, 43 on the Baron.
Control is leading the way of Anima, meaning that Invulnerables have to walk into them, and that's exactly what they don't want, especially when they don't have a lot of vision. Vince may be able to find a sneak around onto these main carries. Remember, take a look at Relentless. He is the main carry for Anima to win these fights. We're on the opposite side, Divine and Chrissy. If Divine or Chrissy gets taken out before this team fight even starts, there's a very big possibility that they just lose the game from that.
And I do like this from Invulnerables. They just said, you know what, we're not going to go into this Dragon. We're not going to take ourselves into a really rough situation. They're just going to go and push mid-tower. They've taken the tier 2. They get a bit of gold. They will be giving up this Cloud Soul for that, though.
Movement speed is such a powerful thing for Anima, meaning these side lanes can go in and out as much as possible. But now they have control over this Baron. Started up, 10k left on it.
Ooh, and Invulnerables trying to play a bit of a pick game as well, but Crown Shield already going to go down for Divine. Crystal Arrow is going to be used, and Vinze now going to be jumped on, but no damage going to follow as a good riposte. But in they go into the mixer. Magnet Storm going to come through onto the back line, but it's just going to be so much damage raining down from Invulnerables. But Vinze ready to turn it all around, has picked up 1 kill and now hunting for more. Divine stepping forward into Capstock, but the damage from Frost is unreal. Going to cause him into a stasis as Chrissy has no chance against Vinze. Divine going to go down to Capstock as well, and Anima just absolutely destroyed Invulnerables.
A full ace coming out, and this could be the whole entire base. 20 seconds on Fierno, and then 20 seconds on Kalen Boss. They can look for an end.
They can look for the end. Do they have the time? 14 on that Jarvan, going to be coming up soon. I think the damage is just going to be there, though. Look at Vinze just shredding through these towers. Goodbye to the Nexus. 50 gold to Anima, and another win in the standings.
A devastating loss from the Invulnerables side. We talked about they needed this win to restart, re-get themselves into winning ways, but they just weren't able to do it. Great win from Anima, are still not able to get themselves into the top 6. And I'm not sure if that's going to change how Invulnerables are, as they have got themselves the 14 losses and 3 wins. I'm not sure how it's going to really work from there.
There's potential, right? Now they are basically banking on 42 Gaming and Blue Whites not basically winning anything from now on, because they could max out at 7 wins, 11 losses. But it's a tough ask. They've got to beat Lundqvist side twice, and they've got to beat Carolina. So whether they can do it or not is a little bit difficult. But we are obviously on a little bit of a time pressure situation because of that pause. So we are going to be saying goodbye. We're going to be handing it back over to the break. Zatos, I hope you've had a good time on the stream. We're going to be saying goodbye to you. And we're going to be getting in my guy, Carvis. But for now, go get a snack, go get a drink. Be right back. Make sure you don't miss any NLC Div 2. back for some more NLC Div 2 action for you guys at home. It is time for game number 3, and it is MRG taking on K5. Who is going to stay alive? Admittedly, covers both of these two teams. They are going to be making it to playoffs most likely, but let's see which one takes the win. Now, obviously, you guys at home don't know that Carvers has been here the whole day. He is on production right now, so that is why I brought him in a little bit informally. But Carvers, how are you doing? Tell the people at home what is up. Now, indeed, shout out to the producers around the world, you know, all the esports mans, probably you non-esports mans as well. But either way, a big love to you guys because, yeah, without that, it's really tough. You know, it's really tough job. But with that being said, talking about tough, let's bring up the standings in a second because we need to talk about the tough trials and tribulations of making yourselves from a 0-0 to a playoff contending team. Because these two teams, although both have pretty much locked themselves in, they need to try and secure the bag and also get a good seeding, right? Because no one wants to take on Venom Crest.
Yeah, nobody wants to take on Venom Crest. That's almost a guaranteed death sentence. Now that finally people can actually hear me as well, because of course, when I'm talking about messing things up on production and having newfound respect for all producers, I instantly mess something up.
No, it's all good. It's all good. No worries. But yeah, let's bring up those standings if we can in a sec, because I want to talk about where these two teams lie. Because the standings say one thing, but in my opinion, how the games have been going, how the teams have been playing, says completely another. Because MRG have been a little bit more like kind of 50-50 with their win rate. K5 won loads of their games at the start, and they kind of didn't do much else. So,
K5 was one of the outliers at the beginning of the season, really marathoning their games through one of the patches. I think it was 13.12 or 3 that they were playing a ton on. It was the Zeri Jinx hypercarry patch.
Yeah, it was 13-11.
13-11. That was the one, and they had almost triple the games of everyone else in the league at that point. Now, heading into the second half, they have been struggling a little bit to find their groove and adapt to the new meta, while the rest of the teams, with constant practice, adapting to the patches, they managed to constantly get the better of K5 on the second half.
Now, I will say, as we can see on the list there, K5 still sitting number 3. They are still sitting pretty high up in the leaders board, whereas MRG tied with Lions Creed at the moment, both 8 and 7. And it is going to be interesting to see how they kind of make their way out of this, because MRG versus K5, I feel like it's a pretty even matchup, right? I think anyone could go anywhere, but these kind of last few games for both these teams, MRG having 3 last games, K5 having another 4 games, it does start to eke out how you have to get these wins now, because 1 or 2 wins here or there could change the standings completely. But let's get into draft carvers. Let's see what these two teams decide to log in. And some interesting bans coming out here. Draven Thresh coming out from MRG. Nunu and Tristana from K5.
There's a small outlier here, and that's for a reason. Nord is an absolute monster on this snowbally hero in more ways than one. Just able to take control of the early game really easily on this champion, and it's one of those cheese picks that can easily take over a game. So sure, it's a waste of a ban, so to say, but K5 will definitely be looking to take that out and give over the really, really powerful Rel over to Monster.
Yeah, interestingly, she gets hovered as I'm about to talk about her. Kaisar has not been banned, and Kaisar is looking like it's about to get first picked by K5. Obviously, the Rel being picked up by MRG, we saw how powerful the Rel can be in that last game that we just watched, but it's not the be-all and end-all, because apparently Maokai's support kind of good against it, and K5 already banned that away.
Yeah, all these supports that can easily cancel out the crash down from Rel are super good against Maokai, for example, with the Bramble Smash, got multiple cancels on it during the laning phase, even though, sure, they died a couple of times to the engages as well. The important in team, interrupting team fights is the important part. Things like the Nautilus, also considerably good for this one, can interrupt the hop with a hook and then CC the ADC as a follow-up, but we won't get to see the support just yet because Jace has been left open and is still the power flex pick.
Yeah, I like it. Obviously, admittedly, it almost feels like we're getting picks from K5 that were literally on the ban list of our last two teams, just straight up on their first two. So obviously, no stranger there to being picked up. Both Kaisar and Jace, as you said, both can actually be flex as well. Maybe we get to see mid AP Kaisar, maybe we see top Jace, or maybe mid Jace going to be ADC Kaisar. We'll have to find out soon. But Xayah going to be holding it. I don't know if I like Xayah too much personally with the Rel. I think that Rel obviously notorious for going forward, getting those engages off, and Xayah just not very good at that. Very good at running away and kind of keeping himself safe on a kite situation. But we could also be looking at the Rel jungle. So maybe they are looking for some bit more security in that bot lane and have a really strong engage with the Cassante also being a very strong front.
Yeah, the thing that Xayah does really well with Rel is set up for a huge burst. Kind of similar to a Rumble ultimate, per se. You can land the Equalizer into the Magnet Storm and it will constantly deal damage, whereas Xayah, setting up feathers, whether that be through auto attacks or the Feather Storm, can burst HP bars. And in composition with something like the Syndra, for example, it can delete health bars. But, as you said, Xayah has trouble going in, and with this comp still being quite open, the Rel can kind of be put into appealing role. We'll have to see what Munster decides to go for in the second pick phase as the Ornn gets locked in as the blind pick against the Cassante, just looking to scale into the late game for K5.
And I do like the Ornn, right? I think it also gives you a lot of consistency, gives you a lot of good team fight. It sets up your Kaisar to basically be able to get Killer Instinct off and get themselves in a decent position in a team fight. I will say, they've already kind of shown their solo lane pick, so maybe that's going to be a little bit of a weakness that MRG can exploit in the second half of the bans. But saying that, we also are seeing a little bit of an interesting one come out from K5 here. They banned away Malphite, and I would have thought Cassante surely is the top laner, right?
Yeah, Malphite is an interesting ban. Influentic has brought out the mid lane Cassante a couple of times. It can also match up decently against the Jace if they want to put it into that a little bit of a weak side mid lane matchup. But still, it's important to stop these wombo combo peel back ultimates from reaching these squishies like the Jace, like the Kai'Sa. They have incredible range on the side of K5. Even their engage is long range with the Ornn Horn. They get to decide currently when and where to go in, and characters like the Xayah, similar to Aphelios, can't really play too well if they're getting outranged, and what better way to continue this plan than to take away another huge engage and peel tool with the Sejuani being locked in? MRG running out of options.
They are indeed, and Gwen, admittedly, does cut up some of K5's roster, right? The snip can just remove a lot of tank's HP. It is going to be a little bit dangerous. Maybe we do see Influentic play that mid lane Cassante, or this could even be a jungle Gwen. So we have to obviously, like I will say, MRG really going 400 IQ here with the swaps here. Like they could be playing a lot of different things. Trundle though, again, I'm not even going to lie to you, could be swapped into multiple roles here. So we're going to have to see what they decide to lock in where in a little bit, and it is going to make it maybe a little bit difficult for K5 to get a perfect counter pick.
They still do have quite a few good counterpicks on the side of Munster if this Trundle gets locked in. This has been the traditional response to a Sejuani, able to steal out so many damage frame, but never mind, we have the Holy Hand Grenade on deck!
Man, I'm not going to lie to you. MRG on the bamboozle of a pick right now, because Amumu support jungle, Rel support jungle, who knows? Is it going to be Gwen up in the top side? I would guess so, but you never know, really. You never know what's going to go on down here. Right now, though, we are going to see one that's a little bit more solidly locked in there. I believe it's going to be the Alistar, obviously notoriously good against the Rel, but they've actually just said, no, we're going to bait you because it's time for the Hand of God. It's time for Blitzcrank to come back, and I could not be happier. I love this pick.
Blitzcrank into this sort of a composition. So,
yeah,
Blitz as a champion, very, very hit or miss, let's say.
Oh, for sure.
It's not only whether you hit the hooks, it's whether you hit the correct hooks. If you can find the Xayah, even once Featherstone won't be saving her from that. You will be so out of position that this comp will chase you down and kill you eventually. But there's so many targets that can spell doom if you land the hook on, for example, a Mumu. and don't one-shot him instantly, it is an absolute nightmare to fight against on a long-ranged 2-carry composition. The Kai'Sa, sure, will most likely be going AP, but Jace and Kai'Sa, only damage dealers here. If either one of them gets caught out or dies, it is a hard battle to fight from there on out.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. When I say I like Blitzcrank as a pick, I don't necessarily like it into this comp. I just like the pick. I think it has the chance to basically spell doom for anyone in the late game, and I think it's quite fun to lock in. Would I have picked it personally into this comp? Maybe not so much, right? I think the Alistair could have had a lot of promise there. I think the fact that you could have that headbutt knock-up into that Xayah, yes, she could go for the Featherstorm, but then you have the chance to potentially take her down with the kind of ticking time over of the Stampede. And I think that there's a little bit of chance where maybe they could also just play off of the fact that there's a lot of engaged threats, just kind of one after the other, basically just lock the Xayah up. The Blitzcrank doesn't give you the same luxury. And as you said, it is that double-edged sword. If you grab Xayah, you win the game. If you grab the Gwen, you might also win the game. But if you grab a Mumu or Rel, or maybe the Cassante, you might have just killed everyone on your team.
It is a game of inches that Nodu will be playing on this Blitz. We'll get to see how he plays that out. But we've talked a lot about the K5 team comp. But for Munster, we have something a little bit more non-traditional. There's a lot of bits and pieces here that fit together, but as a whole, the game plan turns very interesting. The range, really short. Everyone will be close range, hitting into the tanks of K5, trying to melt the HP bars down, while Kaga on the Gwen has a good matchup, looking to pressure the side lane. If K5 has to put a damage dealer on against this Gwen to deal with her, that's no way for them to fight. You cannot win a fight with a single damage dealer unless the Sejuani is horribly fed or something. And the other problem is that all the lane matchups aren't really good for K5. Munster heavily playing to win the early game. Oh no. So we have a small problem. We have the wrong server currently, so everyone is most likely not wanting to play on 200 ping, so we'll be remaking the lobby with the same champions runes and summoners, of course. But this is user error, always happens.
Yeah, I don't know anything about servers, so I don't know how that works. But either way, moving on to kind of more topics about the game. Yeah, looking at the comms, I think that MRG, they have a lot of potential, right? The fact that they have so many tanks, the fact that they have so much engaged is pretty interesting. Like, I am a little bit worried that they are mainly tanks, though. And it's like, yes, Cassante does do quite a lot of damage in himself, and so does the Xayah, and so does the Gwen. But are they maybe, like, not going to be able to get through some of those damage carries fast enough? I'm not sure. But I'm excited to see it, like, because all I'm saying is, realistically, we're going to get a lot of team fights.
If everything goes to plan for K5, we're going to get a ton of team fights. Munster is kind of happy to skirmish. They have a lot of CC champions that can roam around the map and look for individual picks. The main problem for them is that the lanes that the picks are on are hard to reach for some of them. So if you have the Amumu roaming around the jungle trying to find some sort of big ultimate skirmish play, they're going to have to play through the Blitzcrank. They're going to have to play through the Kai'Sa ultimate, or try to look for the Jace mid lane. That is the most vulnerable point in the K5 early game. Usually we see the Azir there to punish the Jace with a jungle gank burning his flash, then for level 6, pre-Shurima shuffles, Jace cannot escape. It's free real estate for them. Now, though, with this matchup being Cassante against the Jace, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to find those proactive plays.
Man, I'm sad that we didn't get the right lobby. Because, like, real talk, I just want to get into this game. Like,
Same.
this game is looking so good. Like, seriously, there's so many tanks, there has to be fighting, right? And who doesn't love fighting, you know? Well, okay, I'll answer that. Color casters don't love fighting because it means they don't get to talk. You know, it's all play by play all day. But it's gonna be fun. I feel it, Carvers. I feel like this is gonna be a fun game. And the thing is, we talked about standings. We talked about how like it's important for both teams. Realistically, it's only important in terms of numbers and where you finish in the table. It's not actually that important. No one is going down after this game. So realistically, it's pretty secure. So both teams can start to play out strats that they maybe want to try out or test out or kind of have a look into before we do hit that playoffs. And obviously, when you get the playoffs, that's when it all needs to be set and secured.
Yeah, and these later stage matches, of course, we talked about seeding already, how Venom Crest is going to be lethal, but even some of the lower teams, teams like 42, have been consistently taking games from these high tier teams. And they usually give a good, strong opponent to whoever they face, except for Venom Crest. That's the one they've been constantly stomped by, surprisingly. But yeah, it's mostly about seeding and feeling the patch and each other out here at the end of the season for these two teams. Although K5 and MRG, like especially MRG with this 8-7 record, still, if the matches go in a very specific way, they could end up at the bottom of the table still. The playoff table. I think they secured playoffs already.
Yeah, well, so I think they are, realistically from the numbers, I was kind of doing them a little bit before the stream, I think they are one win away from the full secure of it, but it's not certain. But I do think it's pretty much impossible for them to go down. Like, I think that it would have to be a lot of really good results for some teams and a lot of really bad ones for MRG for them to lose out here. So I think it is pretty much secured that they will be able to get that win. But as you said, it is about where you're going to end up in terms of the standings, because no one wants to take on Venom Crest, right? No one wants that. So no one wants to be 6. And as you said, there is a real chance that either of these teams could end up 6, because most of them will be able to get to 9, will potentially be able to get to 10. So if K5 also don't win any more games, they could go all the way from where they've been sitting at number 1 and 2 early on in the split, all the way down to number 6, which would put them in a very, very difficult position. But we'll have to find out. I think the game is loading, and I think we're almost ready to go in. Wait, what? What do we know? What are you telling me no?
Someone changed their runes. We have to remake again.
No, my days. No. I'm saying real talk. Shout out to you guys on Pro Players. Respect that you're making it all the way here. But if you get the wrong runes, I think you should have to play with the wrong runes. That's on you. It should be damn.
It was changed from the first one. So we have to, of course, remake as we headed into the game for game 1, and somebody apparently had a rune change. Not sure which team or who.
We're not going to out them. If we do find the information, don't out them, because that would be rude. But whoever you are, and you know who you are, you messed up. Hey, Ron.
But
either way, it's fine. You know, it happens. It does happen. It be like that sometimes. I just want to get into the game, man. I'm just super excited about this one. And I will say, I want to address chat. Shout out to you guys for coming through and watching, and obviously just stick with us while we do get this game loading up. But yeah, it is a standing desk, by the way, and I do stand to cast. I think it's just better. I do own chairs, if that was also the question, and for someone in the chat. I do own chairs, I just prefer standing up when I cast.
Yeah, unlike many people believe, I'm actually standing right now. Little known fact.
Damn.
This is just a chair thing that's standing behind me. I am.
It's a prosthetic. It's there so that people think that you're sitting down, but you're actually standing.
It's attached to my back.
Well, they're adding weights. You're just kind of like lifting as you stand. You just have a whole chair.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn how to levitate a little bit. Just lift myself up. This is okay. I think we are good on the lobby now. I'm trying to. You have any idea? Like, usually it's hard to multitask like 2 or 3 different things at once.
Yeah.
I'm trying to focus on so many things.
Relax. We got time. Carvers, the people will understand. Okay, it's fine. No one can get at you. It's a difficult job producing and casting. And also, look, man. Like, I've talked about this a few times, and I wanna. I don't know if it's just like a thing. I think it is just a general thing for people. Period. But it's really hard to write or type and talk, and also write and type and think. Therefore, about several things, obviously. Therefore, you know what? Like, if you're trying to have to type to people, you're trying to set up this, trying to switch things. Of course, it's going to be a little bit difficult, you know. But it is a-okay. It's all good. We're here for the stream. We're going to get the game on soon. They're just re-picking, and it should be all locked, good to go. And hopefully, everyone has the right runes this time around, so we don't have to go back. But I think we should be getting one step closer towards the game. So hopefully the game will be on shortly. So guys at home, do make sure that you're patient. We are almost there. We are loading in, I believe, right now. So therefore, it is going to be coming onto your screen live shortly. Game number 3 of the Thursday, week 8 in the NLC Div 2. There is only this week left before the playoffs. And then it is all going to go a little bit crazy. Playoffs obviously going to be kicking off. 6 teams looking to take the top spot. Can anyone dispose Venom Crest? That is going to be the big question as people go into that one. But obviously, playoffs, we've seen it in NLC Div 1, can go any which way. Nord risen from the ashes, absolutely destroying other teams. Maybe Div 2 is going to have the same level of drama, but there is only one way to find out, and that is to make sure that you tune into all of these games. But I believe, talk about tuning into the games, are we in the game now?
We are in the game, and we get to see which of these teams will be getting themselves one step closer to a higher spot in the seeding. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting whether or not anyone can break the Venom Crest destruction of Div 2. We already saw in the previous season Thunder winning the entire season, kind of a dark horse in playoffs. So it is certainly possible that top teams will get upset, but Venom Crest has been looking so dominant. Teams have a ton to catch on. But offensive wards coming down from Munster on this blue side of the map, looking to secure the bot side plays.
I'm liking this from MRG there. Like they're going in to get that deep ward. I'm surprised that we're not seeing an invade from K5. Like you're playing Blitzcrank. Like is that not gonna be a thing? You know, a cheeky grab over the wall, maybe try and steal someone away, get a flash or something like that. But either way, we'll have to see how they do play this, because you know what? I also kind of want to see some just weird stuff that is going on from the Blitzcrank, right? Like maybe go steal the red buff as they're trying to take it and things like that. But I think that they're actually just going to play it pretty standard. So yeah. K5.
It is a thing to go for if you have an aggressive early level comm with the Blitzcrank. But if you look at the roster of K5, there's almost zero good level 1 champions other than Blitz. Okay, Kaiser can do somewhat well in a very isolated skirmish, but if you went for an early game punish and accidentally found the entire enemy team, it could spell disaster just from minute 1. And that's not something K5 wants to do on this scaling comp.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I think there is a little bit of early power with the fact that you can take the Permafrost to Sejuani. You have a couple of melee people, so you could just stack that up pretty quickly and get a decent bit of burst. But yeah, I do agree. If you find 5v5, you're playing into some pretty heavy hitters early on, and you don't want to get caught out. Talking about caught out, though, Thomas Go taking some pretty heavy trades from Influentic.
Yeah, the Cassante early damage, even though it's usually being talked about, he spikes at level 6 to level 9, and then item power spikes are a completely monstrous thing on him. Early game, if he can get the Q3, this could hurt.
What is happening here? What? What? Why are we having this fight? Sejuani is so good level 3. Nord is going to try and flash away, jumps back in. Oh, they're going to be saved! Muzi almost gets the save. Surely it's going to be Cobbin going down next. 1 for 1 in that river. Shakur going to be able to pick that one up. And I think that's actually going to end up worth for MRG.
I was on some sort of monologue there, just completely surprised by this level 3 matchup of Amumu against Sejuani, both burning their flash, and eventually almost surviving. Only the red buff tick is what killed Nord after the flash. The rel Q barely missing as well. So not able to save his jungler, but the kill trade did go over to the Xayah. Really good for Shakur on this early game, playing with the red buff now on the bot side, and already very good and aggressive lane.
I love that. We talked about the fighting, and it's just like the two junglers just level 3, just like, yeah, let's just go 100, like 0 to 100, like let's just fight for our whole health bar. It's just like, damn, okay, that's how it's gonna be. I love to see it already. But talking about other fights, Emperor in the top side, not trying to get too much into it with Kaga, but is able to start to build a little bit of a lead, not in CS but in levels. And in that mid lane, a little bit more scrapping as Nord going to come back for a gank. Thomas Go trying to get away. Will he get knocked back in? Not going to be able to get caught. And Go taking a decent chunk of damage himself as well, so may have to be a little bit careful.
Not just trying to burn the Jace flash, as we talked about in Champions League, this champion just doesn't have any escape tools. If you burn the flash once, that's the setup already done for level 6 bot lane.
Oh, good hook there. Gets the pull onto Shakur, and good night to the Xayah. Musi also in a bit of trouble here. Needs to get back on the horse and try and ride into the sunset, but I don't believe they're going anywhere. That's going to be a kill for Floops, and a double at that. 2 to Kaisar. And I don't know if you've watched any League of Legends recently, Carvis, but Kaisar went ahead. Ooh, that is not one you want to play with.
No, you don't. And what set up that play? It is Nodu on the Blitzcrank finding the Zaya. Easily able to secure the kill afterwards. Just really well defensively played by K5, able to capitalize on the mistakes of their opponents. Now, though, a ton of summoners gone from both teams. It is all up to Nord and Cobban to punish these plays. Without their own flashes, though, it could be a little bit difficult, especially for the Sejuani, but I'm looking for Nord to get active on the bot side. Floops and Nodu, almost no summoner spells.
No summoner spells indeed, but they do have that flash still, right? They do have the flash of the Blitzcrank. It is a little bit dangerous. You got to always be careful about that one. And talking about dangerous, Nodu starting to walk around the map. Any gank from Blitzcrank could spell death for some of these members. So we'll have to keep tabs on that one. But going back to the bot lane, Muzi is going to be the first one to appear. And maybe looking to go a bit aggressive there, but not going to be able to land the stun. It does get hooked here, so a bit of damage will be traded back. With Shakur stepping up aggressively to be able to deal quite a bit to Floops and force them back.
Floops just can't auto-attack or he would get instantly called out by the root of Zaya. Topside, Kaga getting pressured out a little bit. That's a lot of damage!
Sejuani is no joke. Sejuani early on does a lot of damage, man. Like, if you get hit with the Permafrost, that is some percentage HP. The whip also does so much damage. And obviously later on, when you do manage to get the Glacial Prison as well, it's just a whole heap of DPS quickly.
Blue team finding themselves a chance with a Sejuani roll up top to secure the first dragon for themselves. Topside, we by the way just saw the Orenhorn to cancel Kaga recall, I think. Some interesting resource management on that top side of the map.
Yeah, and right now, it does feel like MRG feel pretty controlled, right? It feels like they are the ones that kind of just letting the pace of the game just happen and kind of flow over them, whereas it is a little bit more K5 trying to make things happen. Now, they have already managed to get a few successful plays going, so if they can keep this momentum up, definitely going to be looking very strong. But I am a little bit worried about the overextension, potentially maybe being a little bit too greedy and trying a play that just is one that shouldn't be forced.
And over-forcing is... It's already forced, and then you over-force. That's how bad some of the plays have been, and what K5 are looking to punish. MRG does have a ton of tools to force things out, and even with some resources possibly missing, they can still win the fight afterwards, as long as the key members of K5 get caught. But in this laning phase, when they pick these strong lanes, like the Gwen against the Ornn, like the Zaya Rel against the Kaiser Blitzcrank, when they're down now, the Dragon skirmishes in the mid-game are going to be really hard to fight.
They are indeed. But we're talking about fights. Here we go again. It's another one. You know what time it is. It's time for the hook, but no, because it is going to be MRG that turn this one around. There is the stun, and the Curse of the Sand Mummy is massive, causing a huge CC chain that leads to big damage coming through. K5's bot lane are eviscerated. We are not done just yet. In the top side, Kaga looking for some needlework there. Nice stitching onto the Emperor, and will force them back under their tower.
That is a way to get back into the game. Already gold lead evened out by MRG, and Kaga starting to feel himself a little bit on this top side of the map as well. Nord just able to eke out the advantage on the level 6. I believe Cobban didn't have it for that fight, and the Curse of the Sand Mummy just huge for the bot side of the map. Now they can look to secure additional advantages through this top side, getting the Herald, both supports rotating over. There could be a fight over this actually.
Kaga having that extra advantage. Now, Emperor does have ultimate, right? Call of Warpod is available, which is the advantage for K5. But you gotta be careful, man, because as we talked about a little bit earlier, the hook from Blitzcrank can be exceptional. It can be a game changer, but it can also be a massive curse if you hook the wrong person. And MRG have brought a lot of the tanky members up to the top side, and they've left Shakur at the bottom, as they now go aggressive themselves. Nodu in big trouble here, all out from Influentic, and it is just so much damage dropping over this team. K5, they need to try and find a way to get out of the situation, although Emperor almost picking up one for himself, but it is going to be K5 that walk away with a lot of damage dealt to their team. maybe they can pick up this Herald as a last-minute surprise, but the Herald are going to reset as well.
Okay, they're able to pick up the Herald even after they kind of lose the fight. No members lost for Munster. But on the bot side, they had to rotate Floops over. This Kai'Sa gives up 2 tower plates to the Xayah that they already killed once, and Shakur able to secure solo XP, solo farm for a couple of waves, getting himself stronger and stronger, approaching the 1-item power spike on this recall. K5 need to do something really, really proactive with this Herald.
Yeah, and we talked about how obviously they have 2 damage sources, but they didn't have one of their damage sources at that fight, and we talk about the tank and the damage that Influencer can do, even though he is such a bulky member of the team, and we're already starting to see this start to play out, right? Jace wasn't able to get too much into the fight because of the threat of all of the CC that can come out from MRG, but also K5 Emperor, yes, can do a decent bit of damage because Ornn is just magic damage, AD damage tank, but it's never going to out-damage the Gwen.
We get to see, are they going to out damage in the mid lane though?
K5, they're looking for it, but they just don't have the opening to find it. No Glacial Prison from the Sejuani makes it a little bit difficult to close down that distance. Talking about damage, Emperor is still doing quite a lot of damage actually. Winning these ones against Kaga. Damn, I would.
It is easy to win fights against Gwen when the needlework misses 2 out of 3 times, so that's a huge cooldown down with not much dealt with it. And with the dragon spawning in a good 20 seconds, teleport is going to be up for the win, but the impact will be considerably smaller than it could be. And K5 have priority. They're taking vision, they're setting it up properly this time around. Kai'Sa has static shiv, so Floops can keep constant priority over the bot wave, and the W's slowly but surely starting to hurt. They're gonna start up the dragon.
Yeah, and it's not time for Winnable Madness, but it is time to get ready to rumble because we are looking at potentially a big fight here. Well, they're saying that MRG not backing up Nord. They're kind of sending him in to go get the steal. He's not going to land it, but will get a big 3-man stun, and here comes the rest of the team. But MRG are split apart, and they are getting absolutely eviscerated. Can Shakur bring them back from a disastrous start? One is locked up, but there's the Glacial Prison. He's going to stop them in their tracks, and now K5, playing on that poke, playing on that long range, are able to keep MRG at arm's reach.
Oh, Floops.
Gets aggressive from Shakur, but again, Muzi just kept a distance, and Shakur now in big trouble. Going to be knocked against the wall. The damage from Thomas Go, too much to handle, and MRG, they just went in so split. It gave such an advantage over to K5, and Muzi trying to dodge. He's going to be lucky, but K5, Thomas Go steps forward, gets the kill, and Emperor in the top side going to get the solo as well.
There's so many kills going over all of a sudden. They're gonna pop the Herald down on the bot side as well. Won't have too many more chances to proc this before the plates go down. They want more. Nord is there to pick up the freebie of Emperor. He has overstayed his welcome on the top side of the map. But boy, are these fights spread out. First, it's K5 at the Herald. Won't get themselves grouped up, instantly lose the fight. Even though they get the objective, they still didn't show a proper team fight. Now on the bot side of the map, they group up, and it's MRG that are way too spread out. Nord heading in, getting a good curse, but there's literally no follow-up. Their front line gets melted, and then the bot lane is left all by themselves. And I don't really know what the follow-up fight was all about. Just feeling themselves a little bit, trying to catch out Floops, just trying to save the fight somehow, but it just did not work out, and all that evening out of the goal that they did earlier in the game, now starting to swing back in favor for K5.
And I'm really surprised because I feel like MRG have been quite a well-together team, being quite consistent, but in that play, it just felt like they had 2 separate mindsets, right? It was Nord saying, okay, let's go in, and Influencer being like, okay, I'll be there in a sec, bro. But then the bot lane just weren't ready for the play, and they almost kind of got dragged into it by force by the fact that Nord just continued to play. And it's a sentiment where K5, we talked about having low damage, but if they're playing 4v2, they're normally going to win those.
They are most likely going to win those. Bot side, we have the junglers once again showing up. Ooh, the hook almost hitting. Could have been an easy kill pick up there. It is very tough to siege against the Blitzcrank on this, as we talked about, short-range team. They're relying so much on Kaga on the top side.
Yeah, Kaga is not having a fun time. Emperor able to dish out quite a bit of damage, but here comes the needlework. Call of the Forge Lord gonna come through and flash forward from Kaga. There's the proc, but is it enough? Not going to get the kill. And MRG Kaga getting away from Emperor, who almost had the solo, but kind of how we talked about it in the last game where it was Fiora versus Cassante. I do think that Gwen is going to be scaling slowly into the game, and it is these early moments that Emperor really has to bully, because if they do manage to get to those 2 items, 3 item power spike, Gwen is going to start to really cut this game apart.
Floops.
So Floop's going to get caught out here. Muzi now joined up, and the CC chain is unreal. Muzi is tanky enough that should be able to get away from this, but Glacial Prison does lock him down for 1 more tower shot. And that is going to be a trade back into the hands of K5 as we don't stop here. Thomas Go versus Influentic, but this one is not even close. The damage from Cassante is just too much to handle. And another kill over to the side of MRG. And the constant fighting, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. They're looking for more, but can they find Shakur? Coben jumping forward, doesn't manage to get the stun, but there's a beautiful feather dance and it gets pulled back. And now Nord joining the fight. There's the curse of the sad mummy, and they are just going absolutely ham. Coben, the next target in their sights, and another kill to Shakur. What is this game, Covers? Break it down.
It is Fancy Feet into Wombo Combo, the good old special from MRG, able to turn around the mid lane, bot lane fight completely. Mid lane, there was no turnaround to be had because the Cassante has hit his key power spike. He has the mythic, he has level 11. That means the Cassante can 1 versus 1 anyone on K5's team. And now when the power spikes are being hit, MRG are starting to pull the trigger, whether that be themselves going in for the individual outplay or turning around the possible plays that K5 are trying to throw at them. Everything going MRG's way, and we could see more in 20 seconds as the Dragon, once again, being set up by K5, but against this all of a sudden powered up MRG roster, showed them missing the Curse and the Featherstorm, they still might be powerful enough to somewhat contest this.
And it feels like all the fighting was really good at the start for K5. They were able to get a bit of a lead. Then it worked out for MRG. Then it went back into the favour of K5. And I feel like realistically, we're just going to keep coin flipping this game until one team is consistently winning these fights. Which I do believe, if it stays like this, will be MRG, as we see Kaga just absolutely cut through Emperor like he is paper. We know how Scissors do against that. As in the bot side now, we are going to see Thomas Go getting dragged out of that team fight, but gets away from Influentic, who now gets stunned up and is caught between 4 members, but flashes away. But there's the grab coming out from the Blitzcrank. They kill off Muzi as well quickly as possible. And now it is going to be K5 that have that slight advantage, but they don't have the map advantage. They are going to have to walk into MRG to take back Dragon Control.
Kaga still has his teleport. We're gonna see a part 2 of this fight. Influencer very low, and they're gonna engage once again.
Doesn't have all out either, and now they're going to start stepping back as the TP does come down. This is going to be Emperor, and K5 just have full control. This should be their objective. No way should they lose this one. But talking about that, another TP is going to be jumping back in, and there's the Curse, there's the Featherstorm. We talked about those ultimates being down. They are now back up and used, but double kill over to the side of the Kaisar already. Floops
Rel coming.
Sure his presence is known, but look at Kaga doing damage. Floops though still untouched, stepping forward, but Muzi is coming back through. Magnet's still going to land in, but there's the hook coming out. Zaya is going to be taken down, and Floops is just able to keep his distance. That might have been a delayed pentakill, by the way. Triple after a double, and Floops just untouched. We talked about 2 sources of damage, but it only matters if MRG can pick up one of them.
And the key member Nodu on the Blitzcrank, so many targets that he doesn't want to hook, and he finds the Zaya. Already had to burn the Featherstorm on one of them. The hooks are on point. They found the Zaya, bring her in, delete her, and all of a sudden Floops is the only solid DPS left in the fight. Kaga was already brought low in the midst of all the skirmishing, and K5, what looked like a really bad play for them, just completely turning around and possibly saving a bunch of objectives and gold going over to Monster. Now, with the recall and additional items that Kaiser has gotten, they have full control of whichever objective they want to secure.
Yeah, there's no fiddlesticks, but it is MRG that needs some fear, because real talk, this Kaisar is starting to get very far ahead. MRG implementing now, trying to find a fight, and Flukes isn't there. This is their window of opportunity. They're going to do so much damage, but all out, it's going to take no away, and that is going to be another kill. No Blitzcrank means no crazy hooks, which means K5 have to win a front-to-back fight, and 5 versus 4, it may be a little bit tough for them to deal with.
Cassandra is just such a wall to deal with. I thought the K5 could have the rotational advantage just with the cooldown and the power spikes that they have on this Herald take, but with these fights, Munster is finding just securing individual kills, separating the members of K5. It's looking a little bit rough, but that, again, a bunch of cooldowns burnt. Oh, never mind, Munster still has almost all of them. They just won that without using any. And with the Herald pressuring mid lane, they have a chance to contest this. They don't know it. The dragon has already started, though.
And this is what we're talking about not being on the same page, right? They're taking a fight without the damage coming from Floops, and it's just risky, right? He's one of your 2 main damage dealers. He's the one that's super far ahead as well, so why would you ever want to fight without this guy? So that is the question I have for K5, but we'll see if they can kind of structure themselves a little bit better, get themselves back on synergy page. As they do, manage to pick up that dragon, and the hook gonna be slightly wide.
Hook slightly wide, but still a good try from Nodu. We can allow a couple of misses taking note how many he has hit so far. Baron now up on the map at 20 minutes, and this Kai'Sa kind of strong. Could even be possible for K5 to try to take this off of a clean team fight. But with this mid lane tower standing, it's gonna be a tall ask. Just due to the positioning on the map, they can't get deep vision, they can't get enough information, and they're just going to reset to try to get some additional items, additional power spikes. Jace just securing the Muramana now is going to start to hurt.
And I feel like we should take a breath, right, Carlos? This is the first time that we haven't had a fight back to back. And I think we should take stock of the game, right? We look at the game, it's 21 minutes in. MRG up by about 2k. We look at kind of where the power is lying. It is mainly in that Xayah, which obviously is going to be pretty good for them. Gwen also able to start to build a couple of items as well. But on the other side, this Kai'Sa, very strong. Jace hit that 2-item power spike as well. Who are you kind of feeling has come out of this first 20 minutes better?
Of course it's going to be Munster. Well, we might be talking about this a bit later. Never mind. Okay, they disengage. Just giving a scare for me. But Munster has come out ahead, just due to the fact how their composition plays out. They have the earlier power spikes, they have the key levels already reached, while K5 still waiting for the ornaments to start to kick in. They only now got the mana immune since the Jace wasn't able to get himself into proper fights on the early heralds, on the early dragons. Only the Kai'Sa has been online for some time now, and it has been keeping K5 in the game. Later this goes, the more members of K5 can actually start being a brick wall or a damage source, and then MRG is going to start having trouble, but for now, it's completely them in the driver's seat, just trying to secure as much gold on the map as possible.
Yeah, they are doing that. So instead for that, Baron obviously have that control in there, need to clear out that one that K5 has placed down. But they are starting to look through power around that side lane, right? We look at the side of Kagha and Emperor, and it is definitely going better for the Gwen. So we'll see if that split push threat is going to cause major issues, as Hook's still going to be lethal, you know? Yeah, we did talk about, okay, you could hook the wrong person, but realistically outside of Nord, I think that most targets would be acceptable. Well, they're giving a bit of a scare to K5. They're dashing in with the bandage toss, but not going to be getting close enough to pop that ultimate.
So an interesting interaction there. Influentic frontlining for the Blitzcrank has good enough reactions to react to whether that be the sound or the visual cue. The W turns you unstoppable, you won't go anywhere even if you eat the Blitzcrank hook, and we're gonna have to see if Munster positions around that in later team fights. Currently, Influentic has been playing more of an assassin style role, trying to take Thomas Go out of these fights and remove a key damage source from K5, but it's eventually going to be the Shakur show. As you said, Xayah, most of the resources have been put into this AD carry, and it's most likely going to be their game plan for the rest of the game until this Gwen can activate on the silent and put on proper pressure.
Yeah, and here we go. We're starting to see those ornaments come through as well. Kai'Sa are going to get theirs first. Obviously doing pretty strong, so why not give that one over, a little bit more power in that bot lane. And I'm starting to see a bit of an interesting proposition here, because neither team has got into a fight recently, but obviously the stakes are starting to rise. Next Dragon is going to be coming up in 57 seconds, but the Baron is still on the Rift, so any big team fight will lead to potentially that buff being taken, and obviously that is going to give a huge influx of gold for either team, but really sway the momentum of the game at the moment, which has been ticking either side a little bit like a metronome, but right now I feel like we've kind of got to a middle point where both teams are pretty even.
It certainly feels like it. Neither team can secure themselves a position to properly commit to any sort of plays, except for Nodu maybe getting caught out here.
Ooh, Muzi is going to go aggressive here. Good flash from Nodu will get him a bit of space and will get them away as Influentic causing a bit of damage onto Coben, but realistically it's kind of negligible. And it's not one that they really want to hook either. They are definitely looking for Shakur, as we talked about, as Nord on the side, looking for the bandit shot's not going to find it. Back into the jungle though, Kaga and Emperor just having a bit of a scrap here, but it's not going to be a 1v1, it is a 2v1 as Commerce going aggressive. They're also going to use the Killer Instinct too, as now maybe this is where K5 start to snap the trap. They've got a lot of damage down, they killed off one. Can they look for more? Nord going to flash away, buying space for himself, but the Glacial Prison is going to catch out the Amumu, but no damage to follow. Hook! Slightly wide. As Shakur now starting to put a bit of damage back, but not able to get onto any of these targets.
Amumu taking so many Kaiser W's in the face, just losing so much HP. They literally cannot go for this dragon on the follow-up play just because of their jungler being so damn low. You know, K5 still very healthy, still has all of their key cooldowns that they need for an engage, like the Blitzcrank hook. Can just look for the Hex Flash. Oh, what is this?
Ooh, Influentic stepping forward, gonna get knocked up, and K5 just gonna absolutely go ham on this, although it is gonna be Influentic that gets out, and Shakur with the damage picks up the kill onto Nodu, and Nord isn't done. Stepping forward once again, but needs to be careful. The damage from Flute is insane, and he will cut you straight open. Kaga talking about cut. Running around with those scissors, looking to snip the rest of the K5 team. And there's the needlework to catch out Thomas Go on the fadeaway, but needs to be careful. Woo! Those Void Seekers are really coming in pretty clutch.
Well, it looks like MRG has the better A-ramp composition because they're going in again.
Floop's going to go aggressive here, but needs to be careful. Infletic is straight on top of them. Emperor trying the best to stall them out. There's the knock up. There's the knock back. And Nord now stepping forward, trying to be the next on the list. But Shakur also with the damage picks up the kill. Top laner for mid laner. Solo for solo. Shakur needs to be careful though. Those voices could catch you out soon.
The dragon is still up. The dragon is still up after all of this. Both teams just want to fight. They smell blood, looking for all the picks that they can get, no matter what cooldowns are up, no matter what the power spikes are. This is just havoc. This is chaos. And K5 finally calmed themselves down and said, hey, we can secure Dragon Soul points here.
They're going to get it, but look at the pings. Look at where the side of MRG are going. They're going straight to this Baron. Surely not. Surely we don't get this play right now. They are going for it. It's 7.5k. If you are the side of K5, you need to run up there, but it's not going to be in time. Damn. The Baron is taken by MRG. K5 caught sleeping.
Yeah, turns out 14 levels, 3 items, 10 to 3, 4, 255 CS. That kind of hurts, even against the Baron. It just got melted. There was no way for K5 to mount a response to that. They had the correct idea of going to an objective, but this time Munster was aware of this going on, able to make the correct call, sneak the Baron away. This does, however, in the later stages of the game, play well for K5. If they are able to secure the soul, it will be extremely good for their front line, and it will be extremely good for Themysgo and Flukes for them to not get assassinated by things like the Cassante. But for now, again, Munster with the priority Emperor. God.
That's rough. He's so tanky, but they made him look like he had no items, no HP, because that Dire Shakur is so strong. 4 items completed now, absolutely shreds through anyone on the side of K5, and MRG are now starting to heat up. They are now starting to become that dangerous team that we were seeing early on. It's been very scrappy, it's been very front and back, forward and back, but it's all going the way of MRG right now. The Baron buff has really opened them up, and they're starting to collapse on these towers. Tier 2 top taken, Tier 3 looking for it, but they're going to grab Nord there. Nodu, need to be careful about which one you pick up.
Yeah, that could have been a dangerous moment for the side of K5 if Nord had his flash up, for example. Meanwhile, Kaga in the mid lane, constantly pressuring down the towers. This Gwen, so strong with the second item Nashor's to finish. So needs to be careful that he doesn't get collapsed on, but with the rest of the team in suit, just following, taking down all the inner towers, and could even look for a reset there. They're in no hurry.
And I think if they go for this second one, or sorry, the third tier 2 on the bot lane, I think it would be a nice play for them, right? They've got a minute still left on this buff. They have the potential to rotate this one around, but it looks like they're going to kind of split up the resources once again, and they're going to send Kaga back into this bot lane. Again, we've seen it. We talked about it. Gwen can't be contested right now because all of the team are tanks. They don't do enough damage, and they cannot just skill check this Gwen. So what do you do about it, Covers, right? Do you send 2 members? Do you try and team fight? How do they need to play around this? Because right now they're getting split open, they're losing a lot of objectives, and they don't really have an answer.
This Gwen is starting to reach the point where it's kind of like an Illaoi or a Yorick that you have to deal with. You need to send a bunch of your members there and burst as hard as you can. Don't let her Zonia. She needs to die as fast as possible. If you can't do that, then you just have to force a fight and hope that you don't lose your entire base to the Nashors too. It could be rough for K5 with this goal disadvantage of about 7,000 to contest this MRG squad, but a hook!
Oh! Nord with a good flash there, gets himself to safety. Almost doom and gloom for them, and that could have potentially led to a bit of a push down mid. Admittedly, there's no objectives to fight over right now. No dragons, no barons. They wouldn't have been able to get too much from it, but maybe a few towers. And I want to say we had such good start to Phillips, getting so many kills early on, but hasn't really been able to get into these fights. And I don't know what K5 need to do to start mobilizing, except for maybe landing some great hooks, which obviously are becoming more and more difficult. Talking about that though, they are going to get one, but Muzi so tanky, gets the Magnet Storm on to Cobbin. Now a bit of damage will follow over from Thomas Go, but all in all, MRG can just walk away from this one.
Kaga still split pushing. The fight is going to keep going. Featherstone popped, and K5 needs to retreat.
They do need to indeed. This Gwen, you talked about hoping your base doesn't collapse and break. Well, they're doing just that. Look at them in the base. Kaga fighting now. Thomas Go underneath this Nexus tower, gets the kill, and the Zonyas, they're just going. And look at the other fight on the other side. They're not letting the base. They're getting the win, and MRG are just destroying them on all fronts. Nexus taken as they kill them underneath their tier 3 mid. And MRG, exquisite finish to the game.
Just immaculate macro by the team of MRG to close out the game with. We were talking about how this composition is eventually going to scale up, and they do need to utilize their spikes to end the game, and that's exactly how you do it. And even against the Blitzcrank, they were really afraid of getting hooked. They still played to the vision, they played to their advantages, only fighting in choke points at the later stages of the game, and from there on out, just securing the win with the strong side Gwen. They just weren't able to deal with it.
It's a sentiment where it looked so scrappy, it looked so kind of up and down from MRG. I didn't really know who was winning a lot of the time. It felt like either could basically pick up. But at the end of the day, they were able to funnel all of those kills onto the good carries, and they were able to get Zion and Shakur really far ahead. Influentic as well, becoming a massive, massive problem. And as we talked about it multiple times, Kaga giving them such an issue on the side lane, and then literally, as you said it a couple minutes before, they basically have to risk it, get it 5v5, or hope that you don't lose your base. At the end of the day, they had both. They lost the 5v4, and they lost the base, and that's just how it be. But that is Div 2. We're not done yet, though. There is one more game. We're going to go to a break. I'm going to be saying goodbye, but make sure you stay tuned, because coming up next is Blue Whites versus 42 game. You do not want to miss it. It's a battle for 6th place. Stay tuned after this break.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and here we are once again, and it's me and EK. So, how are you doing, EK? It looks like we have a pretty high stakes game upon us here.
Yes, I am. I'm very happy that we get to cast this one because this one is going to be an absolute banger. These two teams, they're both like around that sixth place position right now, and it's kind of up to who wins this game. That kind of determines who is going to be making it into our final slots into the playoffs. So it's always a very exciting time of the year.
Yeah, I mean, as he said, 4-2 Gaming, this is their do or die moment. They need to win this to even have a chance. And even if they do, still, aside of 4-2 Gaming, I think have one more game up on them because 42 only played 15 up till now.
Yes, that's correct. 42 Game is currently sitting at 6 to 9. I think we do have these standings available to us if we want to pop them up on the screen soon. There we go. We have them on the screen right now. The thing that we should talk about, as you just mentioned, is 42 Gaming has played only 15 games. We do have Blue White sitting on 16 games with 6 to 10. So if 42 Gaming can win this one, it's pretty big because that really, cements them as a most likely in contention for top 6.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the standings and I'm thinking, okay, Venom Crest is definitely in, LLS is definitely in, K5 is also in, Lions Creed still have a few games up their sleeves. They're still also playing only 15 games. So
Yes.
in my eyes, this sixth place game is the game that everybody's still playing for. Because sure, everybody else might be playing for seeding, but top 4 is almost locked, and so is like the bottom 2 now with Invulnerables just losing today, like a few games ago.
Yeah, our top 4 is pretty much cemented, and we do now kind of play for the 5th and 6th spot. And these two teams, as we talked about, they're on the brink. So if either of these teams win, they are pretty much in the playoffs. But if they lose, they're also pretty much out. I'm pretty sure Blue White, if they do end up losing this game, I think they are fully out of contention for playoffs. Virtua Gaming may still have a chance. I'm not quite sure how the tiebreaker setup works, but they still might have a chance to squeeze in depending on how the other games go. Now, we are moving into draft here, and let's see what we get here. I'm ready for some spicy drafts here because these teams, they both really want to win this game.
Well, there we go. Already, we're kicking things off, and we're just seeing the Rakan and the Blanc bands coming straight out. And with these two bands in mind, I'm expecting a lot of potential out of the team. Like, I'm
Potential.
looking at Thornton. Yeah, I'm looking at Thornton, and I'm thinking, okay, Thornton has to come up big on this game.
Yeah, definitely. And we did also just hear that 40 Gaming apparently is playing with a substitute top lane right now, which, when you're playing a potential elimination match, having a substitute in your team is generally not what you want to see, but maybe that can be a surprise factor. Maybe he can be the one to kind of be that X factor. You don't know really what he plays, and he busts out something you don't quite expect. Now, we do have a lot of meta bans here. The Poppy's removed, Rakan removed, Tristan removed, LeBlanc. Kindred is kind of like this fringe meta pick, which I think is quite strong. But I'm kind of looking at the Kaisa and the Zaya being open right now. Also, Jace is still open. There's a lot of power picks still available. Maokai even.
Aatrox? I mean, I'm still waiting for Aatrox. It's 13-14, so he
Yes.
hasn't been nerfed yet. So that's something that is also can be up for grabs. And speaking of up for grabs,
I'm pretty
Gaming.
sure. Hold on. I'm pretty sure we're on 13.13 right now, unless the graphic is wrong, which means it's the pre-Aatrox buff patch. Unless I'm mistaken here, if production could confirm that, that'd be really, really amazing. I don't know if we have the actual confirmation there. But yeah, Rel is open. It is 13.14. Then either my eyes are deceiving me. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Production is deceiving me. It's fine. It's 13.14. Aatrox is busted on this patch. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, so we're getting the Rel pick, and sure, that's meta. That's all good. But then you're leaving 42 Gaming Jace Kaisa, and Kaisa's already locked in, and I'm also expecting the Jace.
Yeah,
and
just
they're
lock it in.
They're gonna outrange you. Like, what is going on?
I'm not a fan of this right now. So I'm of the opinion that in this particular patch, in 13.14, which we're not on we're not on 13.13 anymore, but these champions haven't been really taken down that much. We do have some other picks rising in priority. We'll probably see more and more Aatrox, but these champions haven't really been taken down that much. So we can still see Kaisa plus the Jace have like the AP poke, the AD poke, and we're gonna get a lot of engage most likely coming from side of Blue Whites right now, because the only way you shut these champions down is if you can hard engage upon them before they take you down, like whittle you down, and then have a way to just take the objective for free because you're too low to contest.
Yeah, but we've seen the Void Seekers last game. They've been pretty hurtful. And when the Kaisa gets to that 3-item breakpoint, it starts becoming very problematic, especially with the Jace as well. The range power is going to be pretty high, but on the side of Blue Eye, they're just going all in. You know, you said it yourself. They want to find that fight, and they're giving themselves all the tools to do so with that Renekton.
Yeah, I quite like this draft so far from Blue Whites. I mean, I don't like the fact that they're giving over Kalista Jace, but at least in response to it, they're drafting a strong top lane. They're drafting an AD carry that can force early game skirmishes, and they still have the flex available of the Rel who could go either support or jungle, so they kind of keep this flex open. Now, I also really do like the Gragas here because Gragas serves a very strong function within a poke composition because you have the ability to both force upon the enemy team with your flash body slam if you do find a window after you've poked them down. But it can also be utilized as a disengage tool by using his ultimate to displace people who are trying to get upon your carries. So I do think he's a very flexible champion, and he could technically also fit into multiple roles.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, just as you said, like you can go Gragas jungle, you can go Gragas support, but it's most likely gonna be top lane. And you know, you're picking that into the Renekton is pretty good. You got the range, you got the body slam to counter it out. And with us seeing that, we're starting to pinch more of the remaining roles. You're seeing the Syndra ban and probably expecting another mid laner to be banned from the side of 4-2 gaming. And that leaves the question, EK, where do you go from here if you're the side of Blue Eye?
If you're in blue white here, I think you want damage. You know, you want some big threat in the mid lane who can really try and punish the backline. I could see you going for something like an Azir. Azir isn't really, a threat to the backline in a regular sense, but you can definitely chunk at them a lot. You can match their range a little bit, and you also have the ability to like scoop them up after you hit an Ash Arrow if you feel a bit daring. Now, Braum being taken away, I do quite like that. I think the champions that Blue Whites play here are very much denied when they're jumping into a Braum and the passive starts stacking. And Blitzcrank, I'm a bit torn on Blitzcrank. I don't dislike the champion, but I feel like it's one of those champions that's either going to work really, really well and you're going to snowball the entire game off the Blitzcrank hook, or you're going to miss it and have no impact and just kind of slowly lose the game. So it's up to, the player here.
I mean, it looks like it is up to Jonas and hovering the Italy. That is something that we haven't seen and we're actually seeing.
Oh, I'm so excited.
She's coming back. I'm so happy. And it feels like at such a high stake game for Blue White to come up with such a confident pick here, EK. That just signals like, I'm sorry, this is a big like they're going all in. And honestly, I love it with everything that they're doing here, especially with that TF or Nico. Both of them are excellent options for things.
So, okay. Normally, I am not the biggest Croc enjoyer. I think Croc is a great champion, but the Renekton is a great champion. But I often feel like he doesn't really do what he needs to do. But I love him as an enabler for a jungler like Nidalee, because Nidalee wants to make sure she pressures early game. She wants to clear quickly. She wants to invade the enemy jungler. She wants to pressure the enemy jungler, and she wants to get early ganks off. Now, how do you get ganks with Nidalee? Well, you make sure the target you are looking to gank has been CC'd before you throw the spear. If you don't have the target CC'd, you're going to end up like Jankos, miss your spear, not get the gank off. So, had to get some Jankos in there. It's very important. But yeah, Nidalee is enabled by Renekton so well. You get the stun, you get the spear, you get the one shot. It's a nice way to play around top lane, and I do quite like the Jax here. It's a fairly safe champion. You have ability to disengage using the Counter Strike plus the Ward Hop, and you kind of just want to survive the lane here.
Yeah, I mean, Yones, Yankos, doesn't really matter that much. Again, like for everybody that is just tuning into Blue White and wondering who is Yones. Yones is actually he was with the Blue White Academy, if I'm not mistaken, and he used to play a lot of Nidalee and a lot of Lee Sin. So he's very versed on these carry junglers. But one of the worries for me here, AK, is I'm looking at the two comps and I'm thinking, okay, all 4-2 gaming has to do is just stay safe for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Don't just throw the game too much for Blue White, and they're gonna tremendously outscale that comp, especially in Nidalee. Sure, she's gonna win you the game if she's ahead, but if she falls back in tempo, I don't see any way that Blue White can actually get back into this game.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I do very much like 42 Gaming's composition. They can just kind of sit back, scale up, and hit their 3-item power spikes. Because we all know what Jace does when he hits like 3 items. When you get the Dust Blade plus the Tia plus the Sterilus Grudge going, then you got the Kaiser poke layered on top of that. And then when you finally have the ability to go in there, you just send the Gragas to go in there, you send Jax in there, and you ulti with the Kaiser, you just blow a target up, and you kind of snowball the team fight from there. So yeah, we think I think the onus here is going to be on Blue Eyes to try and make some proactive plays happen here. Use the Ashe ultimate, use the Rel, try and get some roams off, and really just enable Nidalee to snowball this game, because she's kind of like the engine here. You want to make sure that the Rel is a wheel and Renekton is a wheel, but Nidalee is the one that needs to try and get ahead early game. If she's ahead, she can snowball really hard. But as you mentioned, if she doesn't get ahead early game, she kind of just becomes a poke champion that can't one-shot unless someone is already low, which is very difficult to do when you're the only poke champion in your composition.
Yeah, well, time for Pokemon is over. Blue-Eyed here. They have to go all in this game. They need to win this EK. And remember, this is their playoffs lives on the line. And they're already gonna meet 4-2 Gaming, who's running a very cheesy strategy here. 4 people in that topside brush. And my cash might actually be in my nightmares because they're running for him and Cavs has the hook, but the range
Flash
is pretty
trade.
high.
Like flash trade if they want to. I guess they're not going to go for it. They're just going to get the ward. I mean, invading with a Blitzcrank, that's like, even every single bronze player knows when the enemy team has a Blitzcrank, there is going to be some level of invade. Now, Blue-White does respect it here. They don't die to it. They do get some vision on the side of Blue-White here for the gaming. And yeah, I want to see how they use this vision. They know at least when Nidalee is starting, which is very useful because, Nidalee is the one you need to track. You need to make sure Nidalee doesn't snowball early game. So knowing where she starts definitely helps out a lot.
Absolutely, and I'm looking at the Gragas on the other side of the coin, and I'm thinking that I don't think Gragas is gonna be able to match the speed of the Nidalee, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you're more versed in this, but from what I remember, Nidalee is one of the fastest clearers in the game, especially at the first clear.
Yeah, Nidalee is extremely fast, and Nidalee's one of those weird champions where if you watch someone who doesn't know what they're doing play her, like they die to a second camp and then, the game is over. But if you watch a really good Nidalee just clear, like she's so efficient if you clear well with her and rotate your skills well. And I'm gonna assume that Jones is, is able to do that, busting out Nidalee here in an elimination game. I do want to see where he does path though. You could try and go for a full clear, which generally you want to do on Nidalee, but you could also try and look for some early invades and see if you can get some early action going. So I want to keep my eye on Nidalee here.
Yeah, well, keeping our eyes on Nidalee, but also, we've been panning through top and bot lane, and the wave state is pretty good for either lanes. Like, if I'm Rhythm, I want to crash the wave now, make sure that Nidalee doesn't have any 3-camp shenanigans where my Cash and Jones actually are able to double up on the Jax. And as you can see, that's a good trade there from Rhythm, and it's gonna be going good for the side of 4-2 Gaming. They don't really have a lot to worry about, especially in that top side, but mid and bot like Kurosh and Fruity Fresh, they're the people that have to worry about it because Jones is starting to go through that bottom side. And as you can see, Blue-White is looking for a crash so they can have that reset and have the gank at like 330, but that hook may might have a problem. But the good thing is, Botox doesn't actually fall into third range. It's only going to be 1/3 shots, but Cabs starting on a pretty good precedent there. 1-for-1 for the Rocket Grabs.
Now, I wanted to mention something real quick, but we can't because Nidalee is going to be invading here. I really like seeing this. We do have a blue buff steal here for Blue-White. Now, that's very important because you're shutting down Gragas. Gragas doesn't have that much mana regen right now, and you're going to struggle trying to keep the pressure. Nidalee is getting a bit of a lead here. So what I wanted to say here is that because 4-2 Gaming got the early ward, they knew where Nidalee was going to be, and Nidalee could just have chosen to full clear and just be, kind of boring and be very predictable. But instead, Jones is like, you know what? I'm going to just go invade the blue buff, grab my mid laner, get my support, try and make some aggressive plays happen, and deny a camp from 4-2 Gaming here. And I think this is a very big play, and they need to keep these kind of things going.
Yeah, especially with the blue buff on Pomo. It might be problematic for Kurosh, who will have to expand a lot of mana. Speaking of which, that's a good Paw Blossom. The hammer is there, but that's a great spear by Jones. All he needs to justify that jump. One more auto attack. That's the Aerie, and that will be first blood for Pomo. A great start from Blue-White, and they need to continue in that pattern.
This is where Jones is like, dude, that was my kill. How could you? How could you? I need to snowball, my man. No, it's all good. You know, he gets the lead here. He gets he should get nice reason as well. He gets top scuttle right now. He's trading it for bot scuttle that Gragas is grabbing at the moment. The only benefit for the gaming has right now is Gragas is in the area bot lane. So if they do land a hook, they could try and force a flash out from blue white. But they're not really in a spot where they have to walk up to the lane, so they can just kind of sit back here.
Yeah, and you can see, speaking of sitting here, Jones is sitting in the mid lane. Crush isn't having an easy time, and that's gonna be the second one. Jones is like, that's mine, yikes that one. And that's an excellent work there from the mid jungle duo.
I'm getting a little bit worried here before to gaming because blue-white is definitely putting the pedal to the metal here and making sure they keep the snowball going. Nidalee has already been participating in 2 kills now, and it's not even 5 minutes. The blue buff steal also came through a bit earlier, so Jones is definitely showing up on Nidalee so far.
Absolutely, and with that Ocean Dragon spawning, things are going to be excellent here. Jones is going to be able to recall. You're going to have yourself in a good position. I'm expecting MKR and Boltox to recall as well on this wave, and then the Dragon fight is going to be good for you. So I'm looking at Thornton, and I'm looking, okay, what can I do if I'm on the side of 4-2 Gaming? And I don't see a lot of options. Kurosh is having a good time in mid. Top lane is a pretty hard one to gank, especially with a slice and dice on my cash. And bot lane, with Jones is probably going to be focusing on that lane from here on out. I think that Thornton is out of options here.
Yeah, at this point as Thornton, the main thing you at least want to achieve is you want to try and minimize the impact that Jones can have. So you want to try and make sure that there is vision up and available so you can track Nidalee and where she's going. Now, Thornton is looking top lane right now, but as you mentioned, it's going to be so difficult to gank Renekton through the slice and dice. Also, level 6 comes through, which is going to make it even harder to get the one-shot. And, you know, we've all seen what happens when you try and gank Renekton that is in a big wave. You know, Renekton gets a double kill, and you're like, oh, well, okay, unfortunate. All right, another invade on our hands here. We do have Thornton clearing everything, but he is on a ward. Here did miss there. I'm not sure if I'm still with the people here, but I don't know if it's on my end or if someone else has disappeared. But I might still be on the stream, and I might just be very much alone right now. Yes, I am alone right now. Great, guys. Don't worry. I will take over play-by-play. I will take over everything here. So don't worry. We have Jones moving into his own jungle here. We're gonna go for a quick clear here. You want to make sure he's level 6 very soon. Now, I want to keep my eye on what Blitzcrank does now that the lane is pushed out here for 4-2 Gaming. See if we can try and make something happen on the minimap. I have stuff like on the minimap right now. Guys, this is going to be a great cast here because I have like stuff on the screen through Parsec.
Here we go.
Are we back?
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back.
All right, welcome back. Don't worry, I took your job for a moment.
Yeah, it's all good. Like my
there was no action though. You know, the people couldn't hear my play-by-play because there was no action.
Hey, we want to take the next one? I'm all in because honestly, like it should be a pretty interesting early game. 7 minutes in, and you can tell 4-2 Gaming, especially Rhythm, is trying to find an advantage. But with that Renekton right there, things aren't gonna be easy. The Dragon is still up, and recalls have come in. And I'm looking at Jones, Dark Seal, and you can tell the intention is sinister. The intention is to take that Nidalee and end the game with it in like 20 minutes maximum.
Yeah, the intention here is to just make sure he can get a book and write a good couple of notes in his diary here. I do think the blue-white should try and look for some objectives here, and just as I mentioned that they are going to start up the Dragon. Now, there should not be anything that 4-2 Gaming can do to contest this, but Thornton could try and see what he can get done on the other side of the map. I think he wants to at least make sure he gets some vision on the enemy camps, but there isn't a ward in his inventory, and he's sitting on a sweep, so there's no ward for him to just put down an enemy blue.
Yeah, but looking at the top side situation, Thornton will be able to start that Herald, and I'm considering what's going to happen there. That's going to be a dominant spot by my cash. Rhythm is not tanky enough, and suddenly that turned things around. Thornton has to stop this. Thornton has to let Shelly go, and it looks like Jax will be let go of his top lane duty. And my cash, that's a 2-0 Renekton there.
Yeah, and that is going to make Jax being relevant in this game be quite a bit later. Because Renekton, as much as I sometimes have my doubts about the champion, you know, if he gets ahead, he can totally take over side lane. And it's one of those champions where, you know, just sending one person up there isn't always enough. Renekton sometimes just gets a double kill. And you create this pressure point where you can play around with Jones. Jones is sitting on the boots right now. He rushed him. He's going to make sure he keeps moving around the map quickly. And I think he is currently taking the Herald as well. So they got the Dragon, they're grabbing the Herald right now. And they can really keep accelerating this game. I mean, there's already a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, big gold lead. And if we're gonna look at the individual gold, especially with Jones there, having that Herald, I'm looking at the jungle and I'm looking at the top lane. It's over 1,000 gold for the Renekton and almost like 600 gold for Jones. Still more to get even with that Herald, especially with like 5 more minutes or 4:30 left on that Herald. The gold lead is only gonna get bigger. The question is, where does Jones put it? Where should he put it?
Well, I do see a big fight happening here. Oh, this is
Yeah.
a kill.
Well, Pomo's gonna put that pulse in there, but that's gonna be flashes traded out. I mean, no harm, no foul. It's a good amount of summoners, but there aren't really any objectives to fight for. You can see like, okay, the cleanse is gonna be expanded. Cavs doesn't really have to worry too much about the flash with the X flash in the back, so it's good that they were able to do something like this, but I feel like things are starting to recoup desperation from the side of 4-2 Gaming. You can tell Rhythm is hungry to find an advantage, but it's not easy against MyCash. Thornton is coming in right now. That's a good counter-strike. And Dominus is still on cooldown, so MyCash is in an easy situation. He has Dice, he has drunk the gore, and he is Flash. But honestly, now that the Dominus is back up, they might be able to get that kill. They're waiting for their cooldowns, but Rhythm will be able to escape. That was dangerous. If he had the Dominus a few seconds earlier, that might have been turned around on Rhythm.
And that's what I'm talking about, you know, when you're playing against a Renekton who's already ahead and sitting on this mythic item. We do have a hook here, but there is a flash away from MKR. He is safe right now. So you asked me a question a little bit earlier, and you asked me, hey, where would you like Blue White to put the Herald? Well, I want them, it's going to be the boring answer, unfortunately, but I wanted to put a mid lane here because you just want to make sure, not just because you want to get your mid laner ahead, we might have a fight and a kill on our hands here. Caps has no flash, so
yeah,
I think
I'm not worried even about Caps. I'm worried about Rudy at this point.
Rudy
but
is also
spear
in danger.
It's gonna be pretty good for them, but still, they have the range, they have the damage, and they had to flash there on the Kai'Sa. Domination coming in from Blue White, and well, you said it, and they're gonna do it on the opposite end. But honestly, considering that the Kai'Sa is the one that's actually even, I think that's also a good choice to do.
Yeah, I think at this point it's fine because you just got a gank off, you forced a couple summoners, you're getting a bit more money into the side of MKR's bot lane right now, and you're just making sure that they're strong. We have we have MKR flipping to the mid lane as well to just make sure that while Pomo is roaming, there is nothing to be grabbed for it too. We have a fight in mid lane.
Well, speaking of grabbing, Rhythm might grab a kill or two there. That's an excellent counter-strike to be used. Kurosh will remain alive, and he will flash from Jones, but now Rhythm has to escape. That's gonna be a spear dodged by the Jace. Thankfully for them now, Cavs, he might be thankful he has to bring the hook, but Jones will just sidestep away. So no skill shot standing here in this team fight, but it will be a kill for 4-2 Gaming. Some life left back in there.
Yeah, and very importantly, a kill went to the Jax, and you really, for the gaming, you're really hoping that you can keep the game going until Jax is in a position where he can start matching or surpassing the Renekton, because once you get to that point, you at least have this point where you're saying, hey, the Renekton can't pressure us anymore, we have stabilized this lane. Now we can just kind of focus on other lanes and make sure they're not losing either, but as long as Renekton is running rampant across this map, there is no pressure topside, and that's going to make it very, very easy for Blue White to grab the second Herald as well.
Yeah, honestly, as well as that, I'm looking at Thornton. Thornton has been suffocated. That's the second blue buff that Jones is going to take from them right there. And they're still trying to find something. But with how far behind Thornton is, and with how hard it is actually for them to fight in my eyes, things aren't looking that good for 4-2 Gaming here. They will have to rely on that coin flip of the Blitzcrank. But Caps has been doing pretty okay, and you know, that's Blitzcrank. You might land one hook and the game is already back in like even squares.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those champions where, you know, a game can look completely doomed, but there's like this one hook where he grabs MKR, like a late game team card or something, or he grabs Jones and just makes sure he loses all his stacks. And all of a sudden the game just flipped on its head. Now, we do see Blue White here just taking on the Dragon. We're kind of expecting this to happen. There's nothing 4-2 Gaming can do. They can deny a bot wave potentially, but they're in danger of being engaged upon. So they have to make sure they respect the move of Jones after he takes the Dragon.
Yeah, Bulldogs there. Just pressuring them off the plates, and plates are about to fall off, and I'm looking at that top tower. It might fall off as well. Rhythm has to defend that one steadfastly. That's a good counter-strike, but do they even have enough with an ominous pop? Slice, but no dicing here. MyCash has to back off. Thornton is pretty close, so it is kind of dangerous, but you can tell that Pomo is still hovering towards that side of the river, making sure that MyCash is safe, and they're still exerting pressure on the side of Blue White. They know that they are on a timer, and despite that Jace, and the Kai'Sa not really being at their peak in the PowerPoint curve, they are still a threat that they will have to deal with if they don't close the game now.
Yeah, and I want to mention that Nidalee just picked up the Night Harvester. She was still sitting on some components. Now the Night Harvester has been completed. Now she is so much stronger. Blitzcrank potentially looking for a hook here.
Yeah, they're gonna get that one, but just the clone there. They're trying to find that kill. Pomo will flash out. That's gonna be a Pop Blossom, but the Nidalee is doing too much damage. Kurosh will have that kill back. That's another Misfear by Jonas. They're gonna also flash for him Cabs, but they will be having no caps here as Blue-White. They are getting some resistance, but it's not enough. They've gotten too big of a lead, and you said it yourself. The Night Harvester is problematic. That one spear pretty much shattered the team fight, and if they manage to continuously land spear, continuously prog that Dark Harvest, it's not going to be an easy time whatsoever for 2 games.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of lucky as well for 2 Gaming here right now. While Rhythm is getting ganked, he might be doomed. He does look quite doomed to me.
Well, he's trying to find something.
That's quite doomed, yes. I mean, Jones almost died, to be fair. If he got a kill on Jones there, that would have been very much worth it. He would have gotten the shutdown, denied some Dark Steel stacks as well, and really gotten something nice for himself. But now Blue-White is going to secure the crab here and grab Shelly. I think isn't the second one called something else? You know, there's Shelly and there's something else, right?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Like, my memory isn't that good with names. All I know is that second Herald doesn't really have the same effectiveness as the first one, at least on the gold perspective. From an objective perspective, I think it's equally as important. But for gold, it doesn't really matter that much. And now they're going to get that mid third, as you said, opening themselves up to a lot of fights in the jungle with that safety of that mid tower. It's going to be pretty problematic for 4-2, who will respond with giving good amount of resources for Fruity Fresh. 15 CS ahead, a full tower to themselves. So the Kai'Sa is pretty much the hope if they are going to scale and get to 2-3 items in mind.
Yeah, and we do have to keep an eye on the items, as you just mentioned. We do have the first mythics, the first mythic completed for the start of 2 Gaming. There is the Eclipse coming through. He's now going to be working on the Mana Mune, and he's going to probably be looking to get the Cyrildas next. Now, once you get those 3 items, your abilities, or your Q, most likely, is going to be slowing people down, which is going to make it so much easier to then set off the subsequent Kai'Sa W's as well. Kai'Sa also kind of needs to get to that 3-item point, so she can really become very strong. She's almost completed the Nashes here as well. So 2 Gaming is kind of getting to that point. Now, we do have about a 5k gold lead right now for the side of Blue-White, and they're definitely still in control of this game. But we talked about it in drop. Nidalee is not a champion you want to go into a 40-minute 5v5 team fight with. Nidalee's a champion, you need to keep the snowball going. So I want to see if Blue-White can keep up the pace and really drive this game home.
You can tell that they are still fishing. Botox always trying to find an angle. Yone's there.
Oh
moving
no,
for Rhythm, and again, Rhythm is pretty desperate. They've been trying to make moves all game long, and that spear is pretty close, but that Trap and Smite will get it. Rhythm being electrocuted, but being back to safety with that Ward Hop. It's pretty good that he managed to get out, but if that spear landed, it might have been a different story.
You know, you can say what you want, but Rhythm definitely has those dancing feet.
Yeah, it's pretty fleet. I mean, no fleet footwork. It's a retail tempo game for him. But this is still a pretty good one. Still a pretty good one. And I'm looking at Cavs now. And, we've been talking about completions, items, all of that jazz. But how do we feel about the Blitzcrank pick, like 18 minutes in? Has it actually provided much? Because I feel like out of a single flash that he forces out of MKR, we haven't seen that much from the Blitzcrank in the game.
No, the thing with Blitzcrank is I really like it when you're pairing Blitzcrank with a champion.
Speaking of the devil.
Yeah, like I like it when you're pairing it with a champion that's very self-sufficient, where you're allowing the Blitzcrank to permanently be roaming around the map with your jungler and trying to set up picks. When Blitzcrank is kind of stuck in lane for the first 18 minutes of the game, like he's not bad with Kai'Sa because you get a hook, you get the burst, you get the kill. Like it works, but Kai'Sa is not a champion you can leave alone in the early game. She does scale to become a very strong duelist, but she is also very susceptible to ganks in those early levels, so you really can't leave her alone. Now, we might have a flank coming in here for Blue-White. 2 Gaming is grabbing something. There's a hook coming through.
Oh, they're finding that kill. Red's pretty low, but they didn't get to manage to proc the last hit of Plasma. Rhythm, though, will be able to proc it. Bob Blossom isn't going to pop anyone. Rhythm, though, taking a blunt of damage, but that's a great engage. But the Gragas is melted, and Kurosh is next. Mike Ash is so tanky, and they're trying to find the damage. The Kai'Sa's starting to hit a little bit for some damage. but it doesn't matter because, as we said, Blue-White leaves Snowball so far forward, and they're still eyeing out that dragon. Soul Point is still on the boards for them. 4-2 Gaming, they're eyeing the healthy, and with these spears, it's going to be dangerous, and you can tell that the two teams are starting to dance in it within the fire right here. Recall's coming in from 4-2, and it will be Soul Point for Blue-White.
Yeah, Blue-White just barely won the fight. Honestly, at some point, the 4-2 Gaming was getting a lot of poke off, and I don't recall exactly who it was. I think it might have been Jones, but someone was going so incredibly low that one more Kai'Sa W would have most likely secured the kill there. He was able to back off, and he was able to then not die to Kai'Sa, fortunately. But that was quite close. So we can see what 4-2 Gaming's composition can do. If they can set up shop in a lane or set up shop around an objective and really get a lot of poke down and then pull the trigger, that can really make up for the gold discrepancy that is going on between these two teams right now. But when you do also add the Mountain Soul on top of that in 4.5 minutes, it's going to become more and more difficult.
Yeah, already pretty difficult to deal with that Nico. A lot of AP, and you can tell Cavs isn't having that good of a time. Mobility boots, but he hasn't been moving around the map too much. So you gotta wonder about that pickup. I'm pretty fresh. They have to pick up that cleanse, and they will be picking up a spear as Jones is on a killing spree. 8 out of the 9 kills. Jones has been everywhere on the map here, EK.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we talked about this. Jones is the engine of the team right now. He needs to perform, he needs to keep this snowball going, and he is doing exactly what he needs to be doing. Now, we do have Herald starting here. Ashalty comes out. Can they poke Blue-White off the objective here?
Yeah, I'm looking at the
Kai'Sa
health
is
bar.
dead.
Baron isn't going down quick enough, and they're actually having a lot of time. They might get back, and there comes the chase damage. MKR is in a pretty tough situation. That's a Flashball Blossom. That's a 2-man pickup, and Bulldogs is gonna follow up as well. That's an excellent engage. They're all pushed into 4-2 Gaming, but they want that, and you're giving them the kills, and at least Cavs will try to find something. That's a consolation kill, because everything is going for the side of Blue-White, and they are doubling back for the Baron, and with only 2 members alive, it looks very unlikely that 4-2 Gaming is actually going to be able to contest. With respect is given from Blue-White. They're not continuing the Baron. They're not exerting their aura of confidence here. They're just respecting the opponent because they know what's on stakes.
All right, so there is good news here for both teams. For Blue-White, they kind of got what they wanted. They said, hey, we're going to start Baron. We're going to look for the engage when 4-2 Gaming arrives, and we are going to, make sure we win a fight, get the kills, and extend the lead that way. Now, 4-2 Gaming, at the very least, they didn't lose the Baron, and they got a kill onto Pretty Fresh. Now, it's not as much as Blue-White's got, but given the circumstances, it's something. Now, Pretty Fresh, I want to look at his items again. He is itemizing towards the Ludens right now. So that is not going to be the Rageblade build. The Rageblade build is more about the consistent DPS and the auto attacks. The Ludens build is going to be, I want to hit squishies. I want to make sure they can't participate in the fight. And I want to make sure I layer that with the Jace and just, make sure someone's out of the fight before they can even get in range.
Yeah, especially with the Jace. 3 mana away from beating the Nirmana. Things are starting to heat up. There we go. Yeah, there we go. And now, they are online. Sure, it took 22 minutes. It took them being 5k goal behind. And Cavs is just being melted there. That's a great Crystal Arrow. Bulldogs is gonna go, but that's a great disengage, but it doesn't matter because Cavs is still gonna fall down. And the Baron dance will still continue. Korosh is moving there. The Void Seekers should start to do some damage if they land, but Blue-White are certainly landing their skill shots.
Yes, Blue-White is running into a slight issue though, because as the composition of 4-2 Gaming gets stronger and stronger in the aspect of poke, you do run into the issue where if you ever want to start an objective and you don't rush it as quickly as you'd want to, because these champions aren't, Baron melters by any means, you will slowly get chipped away and poked and poked and poked until you're forced off the objective. So the only option you have is you either get a team fight before the objective, so you bait people into you when you're baiting for Baron, you get the vision control, you kill the people, and then you take the Baron, or you kind of gamble it, but gambling it can be very risky against all the poke.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at all the poke, but I'm also looking at the team comp, like, where is the real, meat shield here? Especially with Thornton going Night Harvester as well. Sure, you want to have some form of AP damage, but I would think that Kai'Sa playing AP should be enough, and Thornton itemizing damage is going to leave him very squishy in the team fights. And you can tell that Blue-White are cashing it on this. Funny enough, because there's my cash, because his cash is trying to find these squishies and dive them, and the damage is going to start to come. These Void Seekers now evolve will start to hurt. But the problem is, you have a Mountain Soul, you have to respond to in 35 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, for the gaming at this point, you just want to make sure they keep poking people down and down and down. Bolt's looking for an engage here. He can't find it. They do it to flash out of Kurush. Now, that's important. You know, you want to make sure the flashes are taken off of your, you know, the enemy team's poke champions, so they can't just be as safe as they're trying to walk up and get the poke down. MKR is taking a lot of damage. I don't think there is any sustain on him. There is Nidalee heals available, but those aren't super strong.
They are something. You know, like,
There's
especially
something.
with Thick Sax's Dark Seal and Shadow Flame, the AP is there to like make the healing positive. You can tell 250 damage, and they're gonna be taking less. Caps is pretty low. They're trying to engage. This might be the pick that they need. They need to get Bulldogs, but this is the second time the Bulldogs escape with a sliver. They're escaping. They're trying to find an angle. Caps is at 1, and my Cash will be forced to fall back. Pomo heals, but it might be close, but it's not gonna be a kill. Rhythm will have to counter-strike defensively, and the dance is still on. 4-2 Gaming are coming to life. They're coming online, and Blue-White, they must be sweating right now. This game is becoming nervous for them.
Yeah, this game is going to become very rough right now because Blue-White has to find the engage. If you're just in an extended poke war, you will not beat for the game right now. So you have to make sure you find the engage. Now, they did try and find the engage.
They're still trying.
Thoron, is he dead?
Oh, that's Crystal Hour missing is gonna be big, but it doesn't matter. Nico's there. My Cash is also there. They don't have their ultimates, but they certainly do have enough damage. That hook is only gonna leave Rhythm stranded. Oh no, Caps. That's not the hook you wanted to land. But now they have the soul pretty much for granted that you are 2-man down. One of them is a jungler. And how do you even recover from this? You're supposed to be the poke team. How can he deal with a Mountain Soul?
I mean, you can still... Oh, there's a hook here again.
Yeah,
don't know if you want that though.
Kill, but my Cash is pretty tanky. And well, again, unfortunately, Cavs, we're not at the point where these hooks are actually going to do anything. Slice, slice, and making that call. But that's going to be a shutdown for Fruity Fresh. He doesn't have the attack speed, so he has to run away. You're not equipped for this, and Jones is. The better poke, the better spears, and that should be the Baron, and it could be the game because it's looking pretty irredeemable here from 4-2 Gaming.
Oh, 4-2 Gaming is just trying to desperately claw something back here. They get the Blitz hook, but then they realize, wait a second, we don't even want this guy near us. So they try and run away, they die. Fruity Fresh gets 1 kill. Yeah, that's nice and all, but he now dies, and Baron is on the menu. Now, Thoron does have Smite, does have ult. He could try and look for something, but he's being zoned away. But Blue-White here, that's going to be a big ultimate. Yeah, he's just zoned away. He should be fine.
He's not playing the game anymore.
Oh, this is rough. Okay, so now we're in a position where it's going to be quite difficult for the gaming to properly wave clear this. Most of their wave clear is kind of the Jace Q, the Gragas Q, and then, you know, a bit of Kai'Sa damage. But AP damage doesn't really work that well against the Baron buffed minions that are coming through. So clearing this is going to be mostly up to Kurush, which is going to be quite difficult because he also wants to use those shock blasts to try and get some poke down. So I want to see how much Blue-White can grab here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Blue-White, and honestly, they've been able to get a big enough of a lead that at this point, I don't think there's anything that's gonna be enough from 4-2 Gaming outside of maybe a miracle hook by Cavs. But given the precedent that we've been having here, it might not be possible. Cavs there, in a pretty risky position, and you can tell the poke isn't hurting, especially with that Mountain Soul. Even the accelerated shock blast isn't enough here, EK. And Rhythm, while being pretty okay, he's 3 and 5, he has 200 CS. I don't think he's gonna be able to stand to a 6-0 Renekton.
No, he's still not going to be able to contest the side lanes here, and to be fair, he doesn't even need to. They are looking to grab a top turret right now to put us out of 4-2 Gaming, while Blue-White are trying to just grab mid and bot. Obviously, Blue-White are trading up here right now, but at least 4-2 Gaming is saying, hey, we can't contest this anyway. Let's just see if we can get some money into our jacks. Hope he can slowly ascend as this game goes longer and longer, and hope we don't just lose the game of this.
Well, I mean, they might be trying to ascend, but they might be descending into 6 levels of hell here. Because it's looking pretty grim. It looks like the Reaper is starting to approach, and that Reaper might be Blue-White looking for that fight. That's good damage on the Cavs. The hook will miss, and they are angling for a fight. But you can tell they're still respecting 4-2 Gaming. They know that they're at the base. That's going to be 2 big inhibitors. And with the timers being so far away from both the Elder and the Baron, Blue-White have that luxury to just try to play for picks, maybe find something cheeky. but so does 4-2 Gaming. And this is where, like, in these 2 to 3 minutes, this is their silver lining. If they're gonna have to have a redemption, it has to be here, because objective fights aren't gonna be easy for them.
Yeah, so 4-2 Gaming, there's one slight silver lining. I mean, obviously they're extremely far down, and their chance of winning this game should go down a lot. But the one silver lining here is Blue White needs to make sure they do something in the next 3 minutes. Because 4-2 Gaming is going to get 2 waves of supers just shoved into them for 3 minutes straight. And they can make sure they grab all these resources and at least get some money into whichever carry they want. Now, that's not going to close the gold gap, but at least there isn't anything else 4-2 Gaming has to worry about for the next 3 minutes. So they can just kind of sit back, lead a wave. Baron is going to run out soon, and they should be able to, well, besides losing his top turret, I guess, keep the rest of their base intact.
Yeah, well, not a lot to be left intact there. They might have to just pull out a miracle, but I don't see a miracle. I only see Epiphany here. Or an Epiphany, but look at the Jace damage. It just does nothing. Jones is healing that back, and sure, you might have the metacom, but if Blue-White is having the better game, there's no two ways around it. They are gonna have to be, like, I don't know, in their A game here. Not even their A game, they need to be in their S game. If they might have just a chance to start a comeback, not even to get one.
And keep in mind, big engage.
Oh, they're trying to find it, but the engage is massive! And that's gonna be Thornton down. That's gonna be Cavs down. It doesn't matter that Fruity's the ADC, because he's destined for death. There's gonna be a big Sterex. They might have the chance to come back into this one, but MKR is gonna provide safety for the Croc. And they're gonna fall back. And these 2 kills might actually enable some space. Teleport coming in here from Pomo. Now back in the fight, fully healed. Trying to find that angle. Kurosh is pretty low. Rhythm without a counter strike. They might be fishing for the angle, but the wave isn't there, so they will have to fall back for now. But they've won everything that they need. They're gonna get that 3rd inhibitor, and from here on out, Elder is pretty easy. Then Baron might be followed as well.
Yeah, and, I was talking about silver linings, 2 waves of super minions. Yeah, it's very difficult, but you can still clear it. 3 waves of super minions with 2 objectives spawning, that's a different story. But 4-2 Gaming is looking for a desperate engage here.
Yeah, they're trying to find him. Mike Cash knows pretty tanky. Rhythm stop boss at the last second. It's only going to be 1 auto attack. They will be saved, but that's a beautiful magnetic connection. That's an instant 3 kills from Blue-White. Sure, that's going to be a comet, but you will be popped by Pomo. And that's game over. Blue-White live to fight another day, and 4-2 Gaming will have to scratch for seconds because they will dominate this game here, EK.
Wow, Fruity Fresh still got a double kill at the end though. I want to point it out for him. He got the KDA padding. He did something. It's nice. So that was extremely rough here, but I have to just give a lot of props here to Jones. This guy is like, you know what? I'm gonna bust out in Italy. This champion that, besides solo queue, I can't recall the last time I have seen a Nidalee in a professional game.
Season 7, right? I think Season 7.
I mean, we've seen them in like last year somewhere. Like there were some Nidalee games sprinkled in here and there. But this game was just very well played. But I don't want to talk just about him because I think the entire team really enabled here and enabled him here as well. He was the original jungler for Blue Whites when they did promote to Division 2. So, it's nice to see him making a resurgence here. And I think we have to talk about the other pieces as well, because I think it was very well done, for example, by Mike Ash to play the Renekton, get the lead, make sure Nidalee was able to play aggressively, back up Nidalee when she wanted to go for aggressive plays, and really just make sure that Nidalee was able to play the game that she needs to play.
Yeah, honestly, like, sure, we're gonna sing praises about Jones, but I'm looking at the rest of the team, and you can play Nidalee without setup, and what better setup did you have than that in this game? Nico doing a lot of excellent job in helping you, especially with these roams. And I feel like the mid-jungle synergy, especially in that game, was paramount to their success. Jace didn't have a chance. And Jones abused that Jace early on in the game.
Yeah. The Jace I think he got ganked at least twice in like the first couple of levels. Then there was also the invade early game where Jones... Whereas someone set up vision for Jones, I think it may have been the mid laner setting up vision for Jones, making sure he could engage aggressively, get a blue buff steal there as well, go back to his own jungle, and really start like slowly getting his lead. Because it's in the early game when you play Nidalee, it's all about like little incremental leads until you blow open the game with like a big objective you grab, and that's where you really start the big snowball. But it's about just like getting those really small leads in the early game and just making sure they start compounding. Also, very important, by the way, remember the stakes of this game. Blue White is now still in contention for playoffs. I don't know exactly what the scenario is here for 2 Gaming. I think they might still have a chance to make it to playoffs.
They have a game up on them, if I'm not mistaken. So Blue White have Lions Creek tomorrow, and then 4-2 Gaming have Rugby and Lions Creek as well. So Lions Creek is going to be on the Sunday, because I remember that one. That's going to be the last match of the season. But then Blue White also have Lions Creek. So Lions Creek can basically ruin the day for everyone here if they want to be honest.
It is a lot of fun to play spoiler, like be like, hey guys, I'm here to ruin your day and make sure you don't make playoffs. Also, can I just quickly, as we're winding down the stream, can I point out how my name, like the color, is almost identical to my shirt? Like I tried to color coordinate it. I'm quite close, but not quite.
Yeah,
Just have to point it out
I'm
there.
just leaving a blank gray canvas, so Carvis can do whatever he wants. And well, Blue White did whatever they wanted in that game, and that was an excellent one. Honestly, like today's game were pretty intense. A lot of stakes that were had here, and a lot of excellent games, and a lot of great individual performances in the time that you want people to step up and be clutch. Especially that anima game, that was just a banger.
Yeah, I unfortunately I didn't see all the games today because I was quite busy, so I kind of came in like halfway through the previous game, which was a banger, by the way. There were like 31 kills in 18 minutes or something like that. I remember typing in chat like there were so many kills. Yeah, that was a solo queue game if I've ever seen one. But yeah, I'm very happy to be able to cast this game here because this one was definitely a bit of a banger, and I do really like the fact that Blue White was able to draft the composition and make sure that they play to their win conditions and just have a very secure way to move to the win. And I think we have to compliment the way they executed, and I'm hoping to see them run similar compositions because they did quite well executing this one.
Yeah, well, speaking of execution and singing praises of people, well, I have to thank everybody that showed up here today. Brackish, J Real, Carvis double dipping with both the production and the casting, and then you and I and Bloxer as well, of course. Let's not forget Bloxer. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. It was an excellent day, and we might be here on Sunday, and Sunday is going to be the last day of the split. A lot of these contentious spots, especially the 6th place and the 4th place spots, are going to be up for grabs on that Sunday. So stay tuned. That's going to be a pretty exciting closer. That's going to be a pretty exciting weekend. But yeah, that's all we have for today. So EK, do you have any last words before we wrap it up?
I just really hope that Sunday is a banger. Like, I'm what I want is I just want to make sure that every single game is interesting. Even if it's not interesting for the standings, I want them to be interesting. And I want to see if Venom Crest can close out the 18-0 or if they're going to drop like a random game at the very end and trigger me, because that's probably going to happen.
Well, see, apparently everybody's is on some sandbagging things. So thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for showing up tonight. And I hope you have an amazing weekend. So that's all from us. See you next week.
All right, good night, guys.